right, good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call this special meeting of September 7th, 2022 to order. I'd like to also thank our live simultaneous Spanish interpreters for joining us this afternoon. And as always, for these study sessions, we are live streaming. You can find that link through the Jeffco website. Because this is a study session, we will not have public comment tonight, but we are aware that there is a lot of public interest in developments in Jeffco, so I wanted to preview some opportunities that are coming up for public engagement. Our next regular meeting is on September 15th, 2022. We will have 2 hours set aside for public comment, and speakers may address matters on the agenda or not on the agenda in either of those time slots. When we run out of time at the end of the first hour, those still signed up who have not yet had the opportunity to speak will automatically be rolled over into the second segment. When time expires after that hour, we will roll over to our regular October meeting, anyone who has not had a chance to speak. So we are trying to structure public comment in a way that respects the fact that we know there's a lot of interest and so that we can hear voices from our community as we are able. For those wanting to be heard specifically about school consolidation, the recommendation, we also want to remind you that there will be a series of public hearings, one for each school in late October and I believe in early November. Public comment at our regular meetings is not the only option to be heard on those issues. So please avail yourself of all of those opportunities so that we can hear from you. All right, with that, roll call, please, Ms. Lang.
Ms. Miller?
Here.
Ms. Parker?
Here.
Ms. Reed?
Here.
Ms. Schooley?
Here.
Dr. Varda?
Here. All right, is there a motion to approve today's meeting agenda?
I move to accept today's meeting agenda for the special study session, September 7th, 2022.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All right, hearing none, it has been moved and seconded to approve the agenda for the special meeting of September 7th, 2022 as presented. Roll call, please, Ms. Lang.
Ms. Miller?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Ms. Schooley?
Yes.
Dr. Varda?
Yes.
All right, the agenda has been approved. Our first agenda item this afternoon is to hear the district's update on Jeffco Thrive's 2025, the strategic plan, specifically within Our Learners, Our Future. This presentation is in accordance with Board Executive Limitations Policy 11. The superintendent shall not fail to give the board as much information as necessary to allow board members to be adequately informed and supported. Superintendent Dorland, is there anything you would like to say before we turn it over to Dr. Kim?
Yes, thank you, President Schooley. Thank you so much, Board of Education members, for taking the time to study one more time the Jeffco Thrives 2025 strategic plan. We have Dr. Kim here this evening to present to you a bit more detail around the strategic plan, a little bit more detail than what you saw in your retreat. And I think an opportunity for you to have a study of our strategic plan that's more public than your retreat was last month. So I'm looking forward to having Dr. Kim present some information for you and then for all of us to have a dialogue about the strategic plan. As you know, in the November, December, January timeline, you all revisited our vision and our mission along with the district values. And we have since under the direction of Dr. Kim's leadership, built a strategic plan that aligns to and is in support of that vision and mission that you've established. So with that, I will hand it over to Dr. Kim LeBlanc-Esparza, who will walk us through a presentation around Jeffco Thrives 2025.
Thank you, Superintendent Dorland. Thank you, board members, for letting me be here with you this afternoon to kind of go over much of our Jeffco Thrives 2025 as it relates to Our Learners, Our Future. I'll walk you through a bit of this. As Superintendent Dorland shared, we had the opportunity today to meet with our leaders, first one this year, to spend the day with them. And it was an opportunity for us to go into the level of detail that we'll share with you this afternoon and talk about how this connects. We've begun weaving, so to speak, the tapestry of making all of these pieces connect, whether it's the DUIP, schools UIPs, the strategic plan, our data dashboards, and how we look at what we're doing and how we derive our decision making. So hopefully you'll see that woven throughout what you see today. As Superintendent Dorland alluded to, we started with the grounding of our vision, mission, and values that you all created last spring, I believe it was, when you started out the process to give us the foundation to build off of for Jeffco Thrives 2025. And so we started with that and really regrounded our leaders throughout the district, our building leaders as well as our district leaders. And these are the core values and where we begin our work. From that, we spent a considerable amount of time this morning and last time you all were together in your retreat looking at what does it mean to develop Jeffco Thrives 2025 around our learners, our future. And we really identified, my team, the academic leadership team, really focused in on making sure that all Jeffco students have an extraordinary student experience and build a culture of instructional excellence. And as we look at that culture of instructional excellence and building an extraordinary student extraordinary student experience, it's looking at what do we give students, what do we provide them in terms of experiences, what resources do we provide to our staff, what training do we give our staff, and how do we make sure that the work that we do and the resources that we allocate all align to ensuring these things happen for our students. So when we dig in detail-wise into a culture of instructional excellence, what we've identified is that there are 5 major bullet points that we're calling priorities and action steps within our plan that will help guide the work that we need to do. We recognize we've got to provide high-quality instructional materials to our staff. We've got to make sure that there's a cycle that we continue to look at and replace those materials, that they're aligned to standards, that they are high quality, that they are research-based, and that our teachers have not only the resources, but the training to use them well, to feel supported and feel like they use them well. Then from there, what we've dug into is really the research base around what are all of the indicators that tell us a student is on track through their K-12 experience. And that we began with making sure that all students were reading on grade level by the beginning of 3rd grade, recognizing that the Colorado READ Act identifies the importance of that. Our standards identify the importance of that. And as we look at nationally, the research base that talks about if a student builds a solid foundation by 3rd grade, being able to read, write, listen, and speak effectively, they are well set up to be successful academically, to go from learning to read to reading to learn. So we've definitely identified that as a priority within our plan. We also recognized, as I will share with you later this evening, our patterns of data tell us that we really need to focus in on math at grades 5 and 8. We recognize that there are foundational skills that prepare students to move into those abstract concepts and those complex concepts in mathematics at the secondary level that if they don't have a solid foundation in 5th and 8th grade, they're going to struggle with. And our data played that out. As we look at our CMAS data, as we looked at our MAP data, we definitely saw over the last 2 years, not just the pandemic impact, but the impact of being able to really wrestle with complex mathematics matters. And the lack of opportunities for our students to do that showed up in both our achievement and our growth. And so we've really focused in on that as a part of our plan, looking at how do we give students the experiences they need to build the math skills that they need in order to succeed at that high school level, navigating and making it all the way to graduation. Then as we look at 9th grade, the other body of research that really speaks to student success and being able to graduate on time really looks at predictors. And one of those major predictors is whether or not a student earns, and it's really at least 5.5 credits or more in 9th grade. When a student earns at least 5.5 credits or more in their 9th grade year, they are far more likely to graduate in 4 years on time with the skills that they need. And so recognizing that it's not just a matter of the credits, but it's a matter of what the credits say to the process of getting to graduation. It's recognizing that a student on track with those foundational classes at 9th grade matters. And then finally, we also recognize that in the pre-K-12 experience that our students have in Jeffco, we need to make sure that all of our students are graduating with the knowledge and skills that they need to navigate that post-secondary life. We kind of look at it as, the world becomes a series of doors. And we have to make sure that every one of those doors the students can open, that we haven't pre-closed or pre-locked those doors and not made them available to our students. Our students need to be able to access where they want to go. And that means giving them the experiences that help them build the skills in order to access whatever door they choose to walk through. In terms of the extraordinary student experience, we really took from the work that you all did, excuse me, around vision, mission, and values, and looked at what does it mean to provide students an extraordinary student experience. And we looked at the value of effective intervention to make sure that all kids can succeed. We looked at opportunities that enrich the student experience and strengthen the school culture, and I'll talk a little bit more about what that means. And then we also recognize that many of the resources that our students navigate on a day-to-day basis as a part of their instructional core and as a part of their student experience requires them to navigate in a 21st century world, in a technological world. So ensuring that our students have digital citizenship and that they understand how to navigate that world. And we've created digital equity in terms of making sure that we provide the right tools so that they can utilize whatever resources, whether it's online curricula or whether it's intervention programs, et cetera, that we provide that to students so that we are enabling their learning to be effective and to give them that extraordinary student experience that we've identified. I'll take a pause here for just a moment, and then I'll dive in if you're okay with that. As we talked about with our principals today in terms of instructional excellence, what we really looked at was not just the bullet points that I shared with you, but what does that mean we're going to do? Where will we see that show up in our decision making? Where will we see that show up in our staffing, in our professional development, in the way that we allocate resources? And so hopefully you'll see that woven throughout what I share with you over the next couple of slides. We recognize we need to not only provide curriculum materials, but we've got to develop a sustainable cycle where we can continue to look at the resources and the materials that we use, making sure that they're high quality, that they are meeting the needs that we have in our district, and that they're aligned to our data. Our data is telling us that our students are achieving as a result of the instructional curricula we use in order to teach them. We also recognize that we put a lot of time and energy into MTSS as a process last year, and we continue to dig into that and build people's skill sets around what a multi-tiered system of support is and how we use it as a framework to improve outcomes for all of our students, ensuring that students get intervention when they need intervention, acceleration when they need acceleration, and enrichment when that's the opportune service learning model that we provide our kids. We also recognize that we've provided students opportunities through gifted and talented center schools, appropriate programming for emerging bilingual students, after-school programming, advanced coursework like AP, IB, CTE, dual language, ensuring that students who experience a disability can access quality instructional materials and learning experiences in the classroom, making sure that we also provide our secondary students concurrent enrollment when it's the appropriate thing to do. When we talk about students reading on grade level by third grade, we recognize that the quality of the instructional materials matters. The professional development that we offer our teachers matters. I will point out that as a part of the READ Act and continued development of that, the state of Colorado called for all teachers to have professional development in the science of reading. And I'm happy to report that 100% of our teachers have attained that in grades K through 3. And so we do have teachers who are well trained in the science of reading, and we are currently providing them professional development around the curriculum materials that they've adopted to serve our students in literacy. We recognize establishing a common culture of instructional excellence through effective monitoring and feedback in the core. Just today, our principals were really digging into providing observation feedback in our classrooms in real time around an instructional core. What are best practices? How do we provide that real-time coaching? How do we have conversations around bite-sized feedback? And how do we make sure that we continue to develop the skills of our team? And that plays a part in not only ensuring every student reaches grade level by third grade, but also 5th and 8th grade math as well. Using multi-tiered systems of support to ensure that our students build the skills that they need and or get intervention as they need it in real time, so that we do intervene when we need to build student skill sets to reach those milestones by third grade. And then finally, we're using high dosage tutoring. We've done a considerable amount of planning with folks around the country, with multiple organizations nationally, to ensure that we're following the research and we're following the models that other districts around the country have used and gotten great results around high dosage tutoring for students who have been impacted by the last 2.5 years in terms of their learning, to ensure that we give them every opportunity to succeed and to make up ground if they need to. You'll see some of the same pieces within the every student being proficient in math in 5th and 8th grade as you saw in reading by 3rd grade, looking at use of high dosage tutoring, use of MTSS, use of standards to drive our decision making, to drive our instruction, use of high quality curriculum materials. All of those pieces are embedded within this as well. As we look at 9th graders being on track, we really look at, we have to use data effectively. We've really got to build a dashboard system that our educators have information in real time when students are falling behind before it reaches a grading period where we now have to go back and make up an entire credit. But if we can do it in real time, recognizing that we can help students get back on track and continue down the path so that hopefully they can reach that success by semester or by end of year and stay on track with their credits. We also recognize that we've got to offer professional development around best practices in instruction, in grading, in demonstrations of learning, so that we can continue to build our students' success. And then finally, high dosage tutoring even matters at the high school level. We recognize that 9th grade is one of those key grade levels that if we invest in high dosage tutoring at the high school level at 9th grade, we're far more likely to keep kids on track to graduate in 4 years. And then finally, looking at the knowledge and skills needed for post-secondary life, we've got to look at the ICAP process. And for folks who don't remember the acronym of ICAP, you're going to test me here, and Individual Career Academic Plan, right? Yeah, okay. It took me a second there for a minute. I was like, panic, wait. ICAP is really a process that we start in about the 6th grade, really looking at what are our students' career interests, what do they want to do, both academically through their K-12 experience as they finish out, but then post-secondary, where do they want to go, and how do we give them learning experiences that help them build the skills that they need to get there. And so really looking at, is ICAP serving us well? And where it is, let's make sure that we keep promoting that, but where it isn't, let's ask the question, what can we be doing differently, and how do we improve that? I'm really excited about that second bullet up there. I think I've begun to talk to various community leaders, business leaders, and educators in our system around really looking at high school and the high school experience and asking us the question, right now, if we're all really honest with ourselves, high school looks a lot like it did when we went to school. It just does. They still move around in the hallways between passing periods, going to an English class, going to a math class. I mean, it's designed in very, very similar ways in 2022 as it was in 1984 when I was there. But as I look at that and ask the question, our students are entering into a world of work that looks very different than the one that we did when we walked out of either high school or college. And so as we look at that, the question that we have to ask our students, the question we have to ask our families, and the question we have to ask business leaders in our community is, are we doing all of the right work to prepare our students for the world they're going to live in? And where we are, we need to continue to promote that and continue to strengthen those experiences for our students. But where we're not, we need to ask ourselves, what could it look like and what should it look like to help our students connect relevantly to the world that they're going to live in? And so I'm really excited about that work. And I've had members of our own team and members of our community reach out and say, I want to be part of that work. That looks like exciting work. Let's think about that. What are we going to do to prepare our kids for their future? So this is going to be exciting work for us all to engage in. Looking at also the opportunities for our students to earn credit recovery. I mean, we recognize that there are things that happen within a young person's high school experience that sometimes are out of their control, sometimes within their control. Sometimes it's a maturity piece. Sometimes it's just a life piece that causes them to not get the credit that they were attempting. And we have to give them opportunities to build that credit or opportunities to make that up in relevant ways, but in authentic ways. And what I mean by that is, it's not just a jumping through hoops because they didn't get the credit. It's how do we look at what skills they didn't get and give them meaningful experiences that help them build those skills. Because if it's a requirement as a part of our experience, we know that it's a requirement for a reason, and we need them to build those skills and we need them to have those experiences. So we've got to really look at what are our tools for credit recovery and are they serving us well? Looking at that data culture piece, yet again, you'll hear me, that's a theme throughout. One of the things that I recognized when I got here, and I know Superintendent Dorland has talked about when she got here, the lack of systemness of looking at data and really looking at all pieces of data and the way that they relate to one another. There isn't one system or one tool in our district that allows us to look at multiple sources of data and really determine, is a student on track? How do we know? And there are many, many predictors, but they come from different areas within our data. And so building a data culture, which I'll talk a little bit about later, is really going to be relevant to our building leaders being able to ask the right questions, set the right goals, build the right action steps, the right professional development for their staff, and the right conversations around how do we serve kids well. And so that's a really important piece within Jeffco Thrives 2025 in the work that we need to do. And then finally, looking at our students being on track with post-secondary workforce readiness, because we know the state of Colorado requires our students to demonstrate their competencies in a multitude of ways. And so we've got to make sure that we've built robust ways for our students to demonstrate their learning and demonstrate that they're on track. We know that there are many school districts that have seen great success around the country when there are students who are not on track, have not necessarily succeeded in their first couple of years of high school. When we combine opportunities like electives and core content, or CTE and core content, and ask teachers to work together to not only provide the content of CTE and the content of those electives, but embed in the expectations and the standards of some of their core content like math or like English language arts, that we see students begin to thrive and they're able to make up some of that ground and be back on track. So looking at ways that we can utilize systems that other schools and districts have built in place and found success with, for us to build on that and really look at more and more opportunities for our students to reach that finish line with the skills that they need. We have many, many high quality CTE opportunities for our students in Jeffco. We also have pretty extensive waiting lists for many of those and lots of interest in many of the pathways. The good news is we've created pathways that our students are interested in and they want. The challenge is that we have students who can't access some of them because we have waiting lists. So looking at opportunities to expand the programs that are serving kids well and giving them great opportunities for a post-secondary life, and or opportunities in fields that are up and coming that we know will give kids opportunities to build living wage. And so looking at local workforce demands, looking at, frankly, trends that will help our students access CTE opportunities is certainly a place where we know will help us build the skills that kids need and help them reach their future. And then finally, appropriate career and vocational instruction as part of transition programming for our students who experience a disability or are served by an IEP, making sure that we give those students an opportunity to complete their K-12 educational experience with the knowledge and skills that they need as well. So finally, the second side of that, or the other side of that coin, as I called it earlier today, is really the extraordinary student experience. You know, we talk about building a culture of instructional excellence being all about teaching and learning and the student experience of learning and making sure that our students are being successful. But we also recognize that extraordinary student experience means that we're giving kids high quality instruction, aligned to state standards and rooted in best practice. But it also means that our students are getting art, music, and PE. That our students are getting CTE opportunities and STEM experiences, that we're also building their 21st century skills around, the VUCA world, which we introduced that acronym as we started our leadership launch this year, recognizing that over the last couple of years, K-12 education has started to recognize that our students' world is volatile. It can be uncertain at times. It's definitely complex in the 21st century. And there are times that our kids have to learn how to navigate ambiguity. And so how do we build their skills in those areas? We know we need social emotional learning, and we need mental health and wellness support for our students overall for that extraordinary student experience. And extracurricular Programming, acceleration, and enrichment are a key critical component for many of our students to succeed. And so we need to make sure that our students have a breadth and a menu of those opportunities as well to learn. As we go from elementary to secondary, I would add the layer of extracurricular athletics and activities being really important components for our students. Career and technical education, clubs, interest groups, school to career experiences, internships, work experiences. And then one of the things that we recognize is if we're going to really strive toward an extraordinary student experience for every student, we also have to be reflective enough to ask the right questions of our families and our kids. And that means utilizing stakeholder pulsing, annual survey feedback, ongoing check-in metrics through our data dashboard system, checking on student culture and the student experience, and frankly, developing an exit survey so that we ask students and families who leave our district and or those who complete their education K through 12, what went well? Where were you challenged? Where could we have done better? And or if they leave, why did you leave? And what could we have done better in order to make sure that we provide your student an extraordinary student experience? And that will allow us to continue to get better. Finally, ensuring that all of our students have access to effective interventions, recognizing that some students need additional supports in order to access learning in the classroom. And we've been spending considerable time and energy on MTSS, multi-tiered systems of support, tiers 2 and 3, to ensure that all students succeed. And so that has to be a part of an extraordinary student experience so that our students can succeed. And finally, I talked about digital citizenship and the importance of teaching our kids to be responsible in their online footprint, and making sure that we give them access to tools that will help them learn in every way, shape, or form we offer them. That was a lot, so I'll stop and take a deep breath and give folks an opportunity to either ask questions or make comments.
Thank you, Dr. Kim. Is there opportunity to engage in questions and comments and dialogue around this presentation? Is there any board member who would like to begin? Yep, Dr. Reed.
Okay, I have a couple of questions. So I love that we want to make sure that ninth graders are on track. As a ninth grade ACE teacher, I can personally attest to how important that is. What I get worried about, and this is true with credit recovery as well, is that in high school, often from the top down, there is such a focus on getting the kids credit that teachers are pressured to not fail students, even though they haven't demonstrated the competencies that they need. Credit recovery programs are not as rigorous as they need to be. And so I really worry that we're already graduating students who only appear to have the skills that their diploma indicates that they have. And starting that off at the ninth grade, I don't want to build that house on sand. So what are we doing to make sure that some of this is competency based and not just are they getting the credits?
I think the simplest answer that I would give you is building a data culture, is recognizing that it's not just about a grade, it's not just about a credit, it's about showing competency, it's about demonstrating mastery, it's about asking our students to demonstrate their learning with, looking through the lens of, in a sense, our standards, looking at our test scores, whether it's formative assessments, summative assessments, looking at that body of evidence to say, do we have evidence to indicate our students have the skills that they need in order to graduate, in order to successfully complete a course? And we've got to use that data to tell us that. It's not just about jumping through the hoop and getting a transcript, but it is about using data in the right way. And that's where involving teachers in our conversations around the data culture and asking, what do you need to see in order to know that a student is on track in your classes, so that we can build the kind of, I can build the snazziest data dashboard in the world, but if it doesn't do for a teacher what they need it to do, I have failed. And so as I look at that, I have to have the conversation around, what do you need it to tell you so that you will have the confidence and know what your next move is and whether a student is on track. So it really comes down to the simplest answer being a data culture that tells us we're looking at multiple sources of information to know whether a student is on track or not. And it isn't just about, do I check the box, but can a student demonstrate their learning?
And how do we make that something that students are also involved in and feel accountable for? Because I think what can happen is you can have a fabulous data dashboard and teachers and counselors wringing their hands and saying to a student, you're not demonstrating what you need to demonstrate. And not only is the student checking out, but then the parents are, my high school, like when the kids are in elementary school, having taught elementary, I know this too. People can be a lot more like, okay, we'll keep working with this but by the time the kid's getting into high school, the parent is beginning to become concerned that the kid is still going to be home at 19 or 20. And so we don't always have the buy-in from students and parents that we need. What are we doing about that?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We do have to have conversations with our students about how they're doing. John Hattie's research has been telling us for better part of 2 decades now that, students owning their goals, students owning their progress, students sitting down and looking at that. And many of our schools have, advisory courses and get the opportunity to sit down with counselors. We really have to build an infrastructure, and we have to build a culture that says the student owns their data too. It was always ironic to me, frankly, as a principal and as a teacher, when, we have student teacher or parent teacher conferences, and you come in to talk to me about your child's education and their progress, and where's your child? Well, they're off at soccer practice, or they're off at playing piano, or they need to be at the table too. I agree with you completely. That has to be part of the conversation, is our students be part of looking at how are they doing? How do they know? What are their goals? And having them own that and be part of the monitoring process. That's part of what ICAP was designed to do, is to help us with that. I'm just not sure we quite got there. So I think there's a lot of work to be done there, but it's the right work.
So for what it's worth, I mean, when I had my ACE kids, and particularly my 9th graders, they called their parents, not me. And I watched them and made sure, or my parapro watched and made sure that they were conveying accurate information and having that conversation with their parents. It was great having a parapro who spoke Spanish. So that is one piece of it. Another piece, and what I'm going to do is kind of mix into this what you've been talking about and what we will be talking about in terms of the UIP. So we're seeing that, as we have been year after year after year, and as the entire nation has been, that we're really struggling to close those gaps for our students in poverty, for our students of color, for our students on IEPs, our traditionally underserved groups of kiddos. And so what are we doing to make sure that in MTSS that we have data-driven, focused supports for those particular groups to make sure that they're getting the supports they need?
Well, I'll talk a little bit about it a little bit later when we get to our student achievement. You'll find I will call out exactly what our data tells us. Tracy and I continue to call it truth and hope. And this is the truth of what our data tells us. These are our hopes and the direction we want to go and how we set our goals and where we move forward. The reality is we have achievement gaps just like any other district across the country. We need to call those. It starts with knowing that you have them. Then it goes to the point of knowing what they are. And then from there, beginning to build action plans around what are you going to do about it. When I've done this work in other districts to close achievement gaps, it starts with, you got to name the brutal facts. You got to own the fact that there is a gap between some of our different student demographics, and we've got to begin to target in on what are we doing differently for those students, whether it's students of poverty, whether it's students who speak a language other than English as their first language, whether it's students who are served by an IEP. We've got to identify what are the gaps, where are they, what's causing them, and then build an action plan from there. But you can't build a plan until you know what the data tells you.
So I'm glad to hear that there's going to be a plan. That's critical. Again, been in the district a long time. And every school year, we started off reviewing our data. So naming it was never a problem. I knew the whole time I was teaching, as did all of my colleagues, that we had these achievement gaps. And every year at the beginning of the year, we were told by our administrators, take a look at this and figure out what you're going to do about it. Okay? Entire universities have done studies about what does and doesn't work. To ask a bunch of teachers to just pull out of their pockets how to do this is not effective. So yes, we have this problem. I'm going to tell you most teachers know we have it. They're going to be looking to you for very specific tools.
Absolutely. And we will work, honestly, I absolutely know that. Walking into this, I work hard not to be tongue-in-cheek about it, but my response is usually, if a teacher knew a lesson that was going to be more effective and produce better results than the one they just gave, they wouldn't have kept it in their pocket. I mean, we all know that, and yet at the same time, it's like, well, hang on a minute, let's think about the logic of that. It really does mean we've got to look at our data. I'll give you a perfect example of some of the work that I've done that really moves that dial, if that's okay with you. When I met with a high school team of math teachers, and everybody brought their assessment to the table, and we began to look at literally each and every problem and looked at how many kids got it right, how many kids did not. We honed in on what is the one standard that kids had the most difficulty with. Now, from that, as we figured that out, and we figured out who had the most kids that were successful with that, who didn't, and how did you teach it? How did you teach it? From there, together, those teachers designed a reteach of that specific skill, embedding in what practices the person who had the most success with it, and then taking that and reteaching it to groups of kids that clearly didn't get it, bringing together, again, assessment that says, here's how they did after that, now where are we? So there's got to be some really purposeful, that instructional core that I talked about has to embed some of those best practices, because I do believe if teachers knew how to do it differently to get a different result, they'd be doing that. And so for us, it's professional development, it's coaching, it's using data, it's going side by side, it's having those conversations with people who have done it. And that's part of the work that we have to do. It's not easy. It's not a magic pill. There's nothing I can sprinkle over people to make them be better at it. It means digging in, rolling up our sleeves, doing the work, and looking at the work that other districts have done to close those gaps, and really maximizing and utilizing what their practices have been for our staff to learn from. All of those pieces aren't rocket science, and our leaders will tell you, yep, that's the right work we need to be doing. But ultimately, folks have to dig in and do it. They have to get messy. They have to try things. Things won't work. They have to retry things. And we have to be willing to allow people to do that, but we also have to be willing to learn from people who've gotten results.
Anything else, Director Reed? Superintendent Doyle, I saw you reach for your microphone. Did you want to add anything before we move around?
I will just say that the work we're doing in this school year, the 22-23 school year, around curriculum and resources aligned to the science of reading at elementary and math in middle school, some elementaries and some high schools, is also, I think, going to be very important to address the concern that you've brought up in terms of past experience of teachers in Jeffco. What curricular resources do is it helps teachers, this is kind of maybe an obvious piece, but it helps teachers shift from what am I going to teach into really more robust conversations around how am I, or are we, which is even better, because you hopefully are planning with colleagues, how are we going to teach this, instead of constantly searching for what you're going to teach. And it allows teachers to be more intentional in their practice with kids and align the lesson to what they know their kids' needs are. The other thing it does, in my experience with district-wide improvement efforts, is it provides a model of the what the standard means through the lessons that are provided for teachers. So, you can read the state standards, and you and I could both have a very different assumption of what that looks like in a 9th grade essay, for example. What curriculum and resources do that are high quality and aligned to the standards is it provides a level set across schools so that all teachers have some samples of lessons, samples of anchor type of work that really sets a clear and more consistent and normed understanding of what it means when a 9th grader is reaching this standard, which I think aligns to both the questions that you asked. And I think that's just incredibly important work and so critical in terms of the conversations that we will be having with the board over the next 2 years around resource allocation. Because at this point in time, we are spread so thin that being able to provide those high quality resources is a stretch for us. Now, we've been able to accomplish it at the elementary level, and we have a decent start at math in some grade levels and in some schools. But that does not contemplate high school social studies, U.S. history, middle school science, biology at the 10th grade level. And all of those teachers and the students in those content areas deserve high quality materials as well. And they come at a price. We need to get ourselves to a place where we can invest in that type of tool and support for our teachers. We cannot just being data driven as an organization does not mean that it all falls on individual teachers. The hope in being data driven is that the district accepts responsibility for building systems and structures that support schools as they leverage those systems and structures to support their students. So that's the theory of action here, right? That we're in this with our schools and we're not just doing it to them.
Thank you, Superintendent Derlin. Questions and comments? Director Parker?
I have a question about the READ plans that the kids get on based on the READ Act. My question is, when and how are students identified to require a plan? How do they get off the plans? When and how? And is it assumed that they may have to get back on one the next year, or? So the READ Act really designates and hones in on K2, and K3 actually. But in looking at K2 and K3 and third grade as sort of that exit year, as we look at, we give a beginning of the year assessment, we give a mid-year assessment, we give an end of year assessment, and in our district, it's a cadence and use of, I guess it's the new generation of DIBELS in looking at, are our students developing the reading, writing, listening, and speaking skills that are aligned in each grade level within the READ Act, and making sure that kids are on track. When they're not on track, that's when we begin to develop a plan so that we can get them to meeting standard by third grade. And so as we go, you've got that beginning of the year, and we've got some data. Okay, we're looking at kids and going, okay, what do we need to do for those students? And then mid-year, okay, what kind of progress have kids made? And then end of year, going into next year, what do we need to do? Whether that's intervention, whether that's small group instruction, whether, there's a number of different things that will take shape for a student, providing supports and structures where we identified interventions, where we tier 2 and tier 3 and high dosage tutoring, looking at all of those pieces as a tapestry of how we get kids to reading on grade level by third grade as identified within that plan. Have you had enough time to evaluate it and see if it's kind of consistent across schools? Or my concern is maybe some schools are more rigorous in their evaluation and their implementation and others not so. I haven't gone to that level of detail. Now, I will tell you that Renee Nicothodis, our Chief Academic Officer, and her team absolutely have, and I'd be happy to bring back information as far as specific questions that you have about those pieces. I'd be happy to follow up with her and have her speak to that, because that really is her wheelhouse, and she is intimately involved in that process, because that is really an area of expertise for her. So I'd be happy to get her to follow up with you if that's okay with you. Okay.
Thanks, Anne. I think the entire board would love to see that. So if it's included in a Friday update or
absolutely
some other way, that'd be great. Thank you. Anyone from my left side? Okay, Director Miller.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And I know it was somewhat a review of what we have done a few weeks back. A couple of general questions. One, am I not? Sorry. Sorry. From a strategic point of view, when you talk about a strategy, right, you have two or three critical goals. And I know you highlighted them at the very beginning, our reading and our math, as well as in the CTE world. So I would assume that those are kind of our main focus. But we don't have any expectations of it. Like, I don't know what year we're going to have proficiency in reading. I don't know what year we're going to have proficiency in math. And I don't know the expectation of CTE and that experience. So to me, that has to be refined to understand exactly what is our strategy and what's our focus and how we're going to get there. And then, as you were mentioning, Superintendent Dorland, we have limited resources. And because of that, those goals and objectives, how are we going to get there with those limited resources? And there are uncertainties that we have to recognize we don't know what they are. God forbid we have COVID again or something. I'm sorry. But we just have to. There may be uncertainties along the way that we have to be adjusting for. And so, to me, a strategy is focusing on what those goals, objectives are. How do we do it with limited resources, because we're not a bank and we aren't going to be able to go out and do that type of borrowing, so to speak. And then how are we being resilient to be able to adjust for the uncertainties? And I'm not expecting an answer today, but that is kind of where I'm going with when we get further into the discussion tonight about the UIP. I can candidly say 2% improvement every single year for reading or for math. It's going to take us 50 years to get everybody proficient. And that, I don't think, is a world-class organization. And I don't think that's what you all mean in the front of this document. So that's how I'd like to see it tied. And I'll ask that again at the UIP conversation, but that's where I am in that space. The other question I have is following up on Director Reed's question, which is using data. So I've been around this district for a while, and we won't have to count the years, but we've talked about data a lot. And we've talked about using data a ton, and that we're a data-driven organization. And Dr. Glass came in, and we had Deliver Ed that came and said, you guys are full of data. You have so much data. I mean, you would appreciate this. You have so much data. You're a data-driven organization. Dr. Aquino came 3 years later, 4 years later, and told us, you guys have a lot of data. How are you using it? And now you're telling, and I, at that time, a couple of people said, oh yeah, isn't it great? We're sitting down and we're talking with our principals, and we're, Director Miller, we're actually using data. And now you're telling me we're going to use data. And so I really need to understand how we are going to be different tomorrow, better tomorrow, than we are today using the data, and how we're going to be accountable for that. Because I think as a board, we sit and hold Dr. Dorland, Superintendent Dorland, responsible, and then she carries that ball and says to Mr. Weiss, you're responsible, and then he carries it to the superintendents and says, well, now you're responsible, and then they take it down to the principals and they say, you're responsible. Well, that's a lot of accountability that we don't really tie together and make accountable for outcomes using data. And so I'm hoping that you'll be able to kind of tie that up in a nice bow and be able to explain to me how we're going to be different now, because we can hold Superintendent Dorland, but really the work, similar to what you were saying, Director Parker, how do we know the READ Act is really being implemented at all the schools? We have to be held accountable because we have significant needs that we've seen trends over time. And I would really appreciate understanding how we're going to be different.
Right. Well, what I would say to you is we do have lots and lots of information and data. I would tell you in the short time that both I've been here, and I think I can say very confidently because we've had lots of conversations, Superintendent Dorland and I have both seen evidence of lots of data, but not necessarily evidence of it being used in systemic ways. I mean, and you see episodic use of it, certainly in places where people felt really comfortable with it and took it and did it themselves. But ultimately, as a system, to say we're hanging our hat on these goals and we're monitoring it and we're looking at and we're reporting it very publicly, I don't see evidence of that, to be really honest with you. And so going forward, I would say to you that tonight you should see an example of transparency of data, because we're going to talk about our student achievement and we're going to talk about where we are not meeting the mark that we want to meet and what we're doing in order to really take that forward and say, how are we going to do things differently? And what I also would challenge us all to look at is what feels very different and what actions are very different is the alignment that you're seeing. The vision, mission, and values that you all created, the goals that Superintendent Dorland has created, the Jeffco Thrives that we've created, how it's embedded in the UIP, how it's embedded in each school's UIP, how it's embedded in what specific measurable outcomes are we monitoring, how are we using resources, as Superintendent Dorland talked about, how are we deciding on resources, how are they aligned to that plan. All of that has to be very, very purposeful and tight. And I don't see evidence that that has existed prior to our team's leadership in a systemic way, ongoing, where you would see it actually impacting at a much higher level than it should. Does that make sense?
And hopefully, just to add on, I think once the board finalizes the policy work that you all have been doing, our hope is that the goals that are outlined in Jeffco Thrives and tied through into the UIP are also then aligned to your ends, and we are providing monitoring on those ends in a regular time frame for the board and for our public to see as well. So this alignment piece, I think, is really critical, and it's not fully there yet. And we are still working on the goals within Jeffco Thrives because we just got a lot of data from the state. It's kind of hot off the press. I have some school-based data for you guys that's embargoed until tomorrow. But we're going to give it to you today because we want you to be able to see it before it hits the news. And those are the kinds of things that we're working on to make sure that those goals are clear and data-driven. But I think that alignment's going to take us another couple months to make sure we can let you get through your policy work and then make sure that what we're doing aligns to that.
And I appreciate that. I think there is this sense of urgency of understanding what our goals are going to be. We've been talking about this for I don't know how long, since you and I have been on the board, 2019, and even before. Director Rupert would sit back and say, how will we know when we've gotten to where we need to get to? And so thank you for the urgency and understanding. And you were pretty honest last year at your opening meeting with the leadership and showed people the trends that happened from 2017 down to 19 and getting back to even before 17 and, making sure that we're honoring what kids need to have to be successful, as Director Parker said, when they walk into ninth grade, I think is our job. That's our work. And it just happens to be a little bit more challenging than we had expected to be with the interruption we had. So, and then one more question, and then I'll refer to Director Varda or Director Schooley, and that is, we talked about the alignment of math and literacy programming and resources. And I know science is a critical component as well, and we did pass a bill that was to provide funding for STEM programming in our schools. And so I haven't seen any recently. I think we had a report back about 2 or 3 when we first came on. We had a report about how that money was being spent in our schools, but that to me is the science money that we had coming in. And so if that money was to be directed to middle school and high school resources, I'd like to understand where that money went, because I'm being told by science teachers that they only have the bridge to curriculum, and that to me is not sufficient to be building up our CTE and our STEM programming. Mm-hmm. So that is a resource that we definitely would need as a complement to, as well as our social studies. And I'd just like to put that on the table because I want to honor those science teachers that have informed me of that. So.
Appreciate that. Definitely, we'll follow up. Much as the questions that Director Parker asked, we'll make sure that we build that as a part of a follow-up and Friday update as well.
That would be great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Varda, do you have any questions or comments?
No, I don't really have any questions. Thanks for the work and your enthusiasm about it. It's really nice. I appreciate actually the conversation that you just had. My question was just really around like what is next? How do we take this and turn it into practice and action? But I think the explanation of the alignment across those, and then the questions about data and how do we know we got there, it makes sense. It's still so high level. It's hard to know how we're going to actually like take the next steps. Mm-hmm. So I'm just sitting here just wondering, like, now what do we do, and how do we actually turn that into outcomes for kids and impacts on them? So just a big wonder of like how we're going to implement all of this. But I appreciate the especially the tie to our ends and the UIP and all of that. Like I think a really well designed system with those connections makes it seem much more achievable.
Thank you.
As a follow-up to Dr. Varda's question, is there an update you could give us of what is the next time in which the board will engage with the sort of next layer of information from the strategic plan, because there are a lot of questions about what next and what's the next layer of detail, and so just to sort of level set expectations. Do we have that scheduled yet?
I think what we've looked at in terms of a high level overview, if I remember correctly from the planning sessions that we've all done, we intend to bring you one section of each of the plan each month. So our learners, our future, then our people, our strength, and our operations, our foundation, and then finally our community, our legacy, and the big pieces. And then from there, the operational pieces that we set out and time bound and create measurements to them. And as Superintendent Dorland pointed out a few minutes ago, as you finalize your ends, we come together as a team and identify the data sources that we have that would indicate to you that we are either making progress or succeeding in what you set as goals aligned to your ends. From there, we bring you a monitoring report, whether it's quarterly, whether it's annually, whether it's biannually, that specifically pulls that data and says, based on your ends, you wanting to accomplish this, we're going to bring you data that says, this is how we're doing and this is how we know. And then here are our action steps that are aligned to that and the work and as it aligns to the strategic plan. And so that cycle begins. It's been, frankly, a little bit odd because with the 2.5 years of COVID and everything else, we're creating that process, whereas most of us walk into a district that it existed already, but COVID took all of that away. So you all creating that is really creating an interesting dynamic for us to be able to build that from scratch, aligned to our strategic plan, and then create the cycles where you get data on a regular basis to know just what we're accomplishing as it relates back to what you set as ends for us. Does that make sense? Okay.
I would just say that we're looking at the draft ends right now that you have, and you are set to possibly take action on them next week. So if that happens, one of the tentative agenda items in October, pending your agenda setting meeting, can be to then look at what goals align to the ends from the strategic plan. And I think we can get to that as early as October, assuming that what we're looking at in terms of the ends is what you all approve, or some version of it that we then might have to adjust and tweak.
Thanks. I think it's very helpful, not just for us as a board, but I've gotten some constituent emails saying, great, and sort of similar kind of and. And it is both urgency, I think, and interest in finally having these connections to and specificity around third grade reading or middle school math. Those things I think are resonating with folks, and there's just that desire to dig deeper. So thank you for that. I just have a couple of questions. Actually, I have a lot, but I'm not going to ask them all because we would be here forever. So one of my questions is the high dosage tutoring that's listed on several of those pieces. Is there a or plan for post-ESSER funding? Because I know that has been a source for high dosage tutoring in terms of being able to resource it. And I'm concerned that one-time money, when it runs out, that we lose a strategy.
So a couple of things within that. Yes, ESSER funds right now are this year and next year. I do know that quite a few school districts around the country have done some lobbying at the national level to say, allow folks to extend it. They haven't made a decision on that, but that is something that's sort of we're paying attention to, see what's going on. But our plan right now, honestly, is for this next 2 years, recognizing that Jeffco Thrives 2025 is a 3-year plan. So for the next 2 years, putting that high dosage tutoring in place. If we see data that says, wow, we are rocking it, then that's when the conversation around allocation of resources in that 3rd year comes back to the board to say, this is something that we really have seen great value in, we're seeing great successes in, it needs to be a part of our overall general fund because it's getting results with kids. And so as we look at that, the data is going to inform if this is really going to be as successful as other districts are seeing around the country when they use those practices, then we need to have a conversation around how do we maintain that. That said, I will tell you that part of the downside to high dosage tutoring is that people call out the fact that it is so expensive because it is such an intensive support that you provide for 1 to 4 kids at a time. But if we do it right, one would hope that it would help make up that gap that exists for so many of our kids so that they can get back on track and keep going. We've begun to align and receive support not only from ESSER, but from outside entities providing support around high dosage tutoring because of the success that folks have seen in other parts of the country. Renee Nicothodis, Dave Weiss, myself, Tara Pena, Matt Polera, we've been working on this project for the entire time since I started here and making sure that we were ready to launch that this fall. Having, built out spreadsheets around what schools, what students, looking at our data, who needs that support, and how do we make sure that we build that in place. Also recognizing that our teachers have a limited bandwidth as far as what they feel like they have the capability of doing with a full-time job during the day. And so trying to make sure that we have models and we have ways that we can build that in. We've gone through an RFP process to look at outside enterprise systems that other districts around the country are using. As I think we talked about this a few months ago, and some of those pieces that will help us make sure that we're doing everything in our power to set up school up for success with high dosage tutoring and the right resources to leverage it.
Thanks. I appreciate that. And I also appreciate the sort of iterative, continuous improvement around if it's working for a specific subset of kids, if it, and on, and using that to inform and guide how it can be most successful. So thank you for that. This is a sort of broader, I don't know if it's a question or a comment. We'll see if it has an ups thing when I end the sentence. It'll be a question. I have a great interest in how we think about our pre-K as a strategy. There are times when I'm kind of wonder if it is like why there's a pre-K in a certain school and not in another, or why, I don't know, the why. I have a lot of whys around that, and I'm sure that there are a lot of answers. I just don't know them. I am hopeful moving forward that the sort of strategy around pre-K as it connects to some of these outcomes we're hoping to see sort of as their children are going through the pipeline of their PK through 12 education, that gets fleshed out and articulated in a way that makes sense, both in terms of access for families that don't have access currently to PK opportunities that want them, and also how it's sort of aligning with what the through line is for preschool in terms of how we're meeting some of these goals. So it wasn't a question. I figured it out right at the end. But that would be what I would be looking for as we move forward, is a strategy around that. And then the last piece, I desperately want to ask you about High School 2.0 and have that conversation, but I don't think this is the time. So we'll table that for a while. The last one is when we think about post-secondary, so going to the opposite end of the student age spectrum, can you talk about, just briefly, what are the most significant barriers for expanded opportunities around CTE and some of those opportunities that I know in some areas we have wait lists that are deep, and in some schools I don't see a whole lot of activity going on. It feels a little bit whimsical. So can you talk a little bit about what those barriers are and how we're thinking about those moving forward?
I've seen a few things. Number one, we have a high quality CTE experience in our district for our students at Warren Tech. Certainly there are programs that are built out. Students are able to earn credentials. It's, recognized throughout our community and frankly throughout our metro area as being just a very high quality experience for our students. It also has a limited number of space available. And so students are applying and, students are being taken as spaces available in each of those programs. And were we to have unlimited space, I think that we could serve a lot more kids that have interest in some of those programs, but that's just simply not the reality. What we also have is we have CTE programs within our high schools, in a number of our high schools, but those tend to be personnel driven because you have to find the person who has the capability of building and or maintaining the program. And so if that person leaves, then finding someone who could continue to do that has the experience and the credentials to do that becomes somewhat of a challenge, especially over the last 3 or 4 years. And folks have found that to be the case throughout the state. It's not unique to Jeffco. I think making sure that we remove barriers such as transportation barriers and some of those things are certainly conversations we need to have around, are all students being given access and opportunity to take advantage of some of the programs that we have. I think we also have to ask ourselves the question, is one center enough? Do we need multiple centers? Can we build out some of the programs that have great potential in the 21st century to provide living wage jobs to our students and have an economic demand in our community? There's certainly opportunity to engage in that conversation with business and industry leaders. But I think we also have to stop and ask ourselves the question around what we build in each school. How do we maintain it? How do we ensure it's not just personality dependent, but it's dependent upon the way that we resource it and we support it through community supports and business and industry support, allowing our students access, that kind of thing. So I think there's a lot of tremendous work to be done around CTE, and we're just scratching the surface right now, frankly.
I am very excited about opportunities around CTE and concurrent enrollment, all the ways that we can help students to not only explore passion and potential careers, but also to get ahead if they can while they're in high school. And I mean, frankly, I have conversations around concurrent enrollment where I just think, man, this opportunity is sitting there and I don't know how we're connecting or not connecting. Even myself as a parent, I had a hard time understanding going on the website and thinking, what would my child be eligible for? Or could we do? And I had a hard time navigating it. And I understand there are some challenges around that kind of parents and community education piece. And I also think it's an amazing opportunity for us to partner with community colleges, with industry partners, and really figure out how we create the opportunities where if our students within their high schools or in their neighborhoods where transportation isn't a challenge are able to get college credit, how do we ensure that it's going to be transferable? How do we ensure that there's a sort of pathway for it? So it's exciting work, and I know it's like a lot of things in the beginning phases of figuring it out, but I think the systemness around that for equity and opportunity would be really powerful.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Are there any other, I will hold all my other questions. Are there any other questions or comments for Dr. Kim at this moment? I think you may be with us for, yep. Dr. Miller.
Dr. Miller, thank you. No, that's because I'm next to Dr. Arda, to the doctor's side. Just a quick follow-up, two things, one on the CTE and then one on the intensive tutoring. The CTE component, what we have found in the past is that the ability to find teachers that have the masters in that specific subject matter and being able to teach that same course at the high school level has been a challenge. So, for example, you may have a doctorate or a master's in language arts, but that's not transferable to a master's degree for teaching AP or ABBC math. And so being able to have those concurrent enrollment opportunities, we have to encourage teachers to get that master's in that content area so that we can actually give the concurrent enrollment. So being able to, how do we help fund that? How do we help support that work? That helps then enable our teachers to actually have that master's and able to grow our concurrent enrollment across the district, because that is a big barrier, candidly, because if I have a master's in instruction, that's not going to buy me a master's in physics and concurrent enrollment. So that's just one thing for us to be thinking about. The second thing is when we're talking about intensive tutoring, and maybe we can touch on this in the next section like you offered, but Tier 2 and Tier 3 MTSS, Tier 3 truly is intensive. And so I'd like to, when we maybe get into that conversation, Dr. Kim, we can talk about the differences with your Tier 2 and Tier 3 MTSS, because that level of how many kids we have in each of those tiers and how many we're able to move out of those tiers in the next couple of years will be critical. But that work continues on if we're going to stay on with the MTSS. Tier 2 and Tier 3 in particular, we've got to have the smaller groups. We have to have the different levels of instruction and different levels of intervention. So we can talk about that in the next range, but I just wanted to raise that because of what you were talking about. It ends, but it can't end because we have tier 2 and tier 3 kids. So, yeah.
I think, yes, and I think we have to look at the fact that tier 3 is really designed for that 1-2% of kids versus right now we're looking at high dosage tutoring for a much larger number of kids based on the experiences that they've had in the last couple of years.
Right, and I'll ask about that next, of course.
Any other comments or questions for this portion of our agenda before we move on? Great. Thank you very much, Dr. Kim. We appreciate it. If it's okay with the board, I'm going to go ahead and go through the next section, and then we can take a quick break before we come back and talk about DUIP. And I apologize for our guests waiting, that we're running a little behind, and appreciate that you all are here. So thank you for that. So the next piece is around board's policy study and discussion. So the board discussed governance process, executive limitations, and board superintendent relationship policies at the board's special meeting that was a retreat held on August 19th and 20th this summer. So tonight will be a first public reading and discussion for a proposed revision to those kind of buckets of board policy, governance process, executive limitations, and board superintendent relationships. These policies will be back on our agenda for a final vote at the September 15th, 2022 board meeting. We'll also have a draft of our proposed new ends policies today, and all of these are on board docs for study and fine tuning. I would just like to say that, as we've been having these conversations around alignment and how we can create greater consistency across from board ends through DUIP, through the school's UIP, that it's really important. And I do remember having a conversation from the board table in 2019 or early 2020 about, okay, so how is that connected to that? And how is that connected to that? And it was like a star chart a little bit. That's how it felt, at least to me. So this is really important work. And I know I'm speaking to the choir because we went through this work together, but just to make sure folks understand that this consistency within our board policies really sets a foundation for upon which our superintendent and leadership team and school-based teams and educators can really dig into the work that we're asking them to do. So it's really important. So with that, we're going to have Ms. Tollison. Oh, there you are.
Yes, though I did want to flag one question, Madam President. I've had an inquiry about our guests that are here to go over the DUIP. I'm with you all afternoon and evening. It's certainly your discretion whether to take an item out of order, but if you wanted to do that now, or
does anyone have any objections to us flipping the order? Do I need to do anything like formal to announce this?
You really don't. Just announce that you're taking it out of order. You're not otherwise changing the substance of your agendas.
Awesome. What news for all of us. All right. So thank you for that. I appreciate that greatly. I'm sure everyone sitting here appreciates it. So now I'll do a totally different intro. And you may have to listen to that one twice. No. So the Colorado Department of Education, so we'll be talking about the District Unified Improvement Plan. Please feel free to join us. Requires all public school districts and schools that they complete a Unified Improvement Plan, UIP. These improvement plans are designed to identify priority challenges and develop major improvement strategies to meet these needs. The district has worked closely with our District Accountability Committee, the DAC, to develop the 22-23 District Unified Improvement Plan. The improvement planning process included a comprehensive analysis of district-level data, the root cause analysis to focus on systems improvements, and development of an action plan. The district's UIP aligns with the Jeffco Thrives 2025 strategies, culture of academic excellence, and extraordinary student experiences. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Superintendent Doyle. Do you have anything you would like to share? And then we will welcome our friends.
Thank you, Superintendent Schooley. Thank you, School Board President Schooley, Superintendent, and I'm Dr. Schooley. Thank you. I just want to thank our DAC members for all of the time, effort, and energy that they volunteer to support us in this process and also host many other conversations and give us feedback from their perspective. Thank you very much. Thank you for the time that you're taking to be here this evening. And then I also want to share with the board that I have received feedback from board members over the last 16, 17 months regarding the UIP, the district UIP, and it's lack of alignment to other work that we've been doing as a district. And so I just want the board to know that the staff and our DAC members have really worked hard to make sure that we're paying close attention to that alignment, and that the goals, objectives, and strategies within Jeffco Thrives are also then showing up and related to the district UIP. And I know we have goals work to do when it comes to Jeffco Thrives. We do have to submit goals to the state as part of the UIP. They may be somewhat different as we try to align the Jeffco Thrive goals to your ends once they're final. But in the meantime, we have drafted some goals in the district UIP for the purpose of compliance with the state requirements. So with that, we'll go ahead and start, and I'll hand it over. I think I'm handing it to Mr. Weiss.
All right, thank you, Superintendent Dorland. Thank you, board. We're excited to present the Unified Improvement Plan to you tonight, and I'm looking forward to the opportunity to show some of the alignment that Superintendent Dorland just described. There were a few times in the questions that you were asking that I almost flipped on my microphone back there to say that we are thinking about the things that you're asking about and the alignments that are required, not only between the board's ends and the strategic plan and the UIP at the district level, but also the alignment to the UIP that exists at the school level. And so we're really trying to be intentional about how we're supporting that work and making those connections for our schools. You overheard from Dr. LeBlanc Esparza a lot of the strategies that we're using already, and you should hear a lot of overlap in our presentation tonight, and that's a good thing. The more overlap that there is, the more alignment that there is, and the more likely we are to achieve the goals that we're trying to achieve. So we know that when that alignment exists, we'll see some improvement. As you study the DUIP, we hope that you appreciate the connections between those other guiding documents that are set forth by you all, by our superintendent, and by our district leadership teams. We have two co-chairs of the DUIP subcommittee with us tonight. The DUI subcommittee is a subcommittee of the District Accountability Committee. So I'm going to ask the two of them to introduce themselves, and then I'll have our district leaders introduce themselves as well.
Now I'm supposed to push a button. So, I see hands go up here a lot, so I figured I could figure that out. I'm Megan Tracy. This is Parker and I's first year on the as co-chairs. Thank you so much, Superintendent Dorland and the board, for having us and for listening. I guess we are stakeholders in this. I'm a parent. In fact, I have a third grader and an eighth grader. So this Jeffco Thrives 2025 really hits home there as well. And my home school is Three Creeks, K through 8, so I have them both at that school. So thank you, and I'll let Parker introduce himself.
Thank you all. My name is Parker Brown. I've got 2 kids in the Stanley Lake area, and I've been in the DUIP subcommittee for a couple of years now, and we're co-chairing it together. So we're happy to be here.
Thank you.
Carol Eaton. I am Instructional Data Services Executive Director.
Good evening, board. And I'm Tara Pena, Chief of Family School Community Partnership, and I have the privilege of co-liaisoning DAC as district leaders on the team. So thank you.
We had to get our presentation ready, so because we changed the agenda, so thank you for your patience.
Okay, so just a quick overview of our plan process and how this works. The timeline is tricky. I think it's the biggest complaint, maybe the feedback, the most difficulty in order to have those authentic conversations that we talked about, especially from our SAC, because our SAC members, our school accountability, really does need to work with our principal to make sure that our school's unified improvement plan aligns with our district unified improvement plan. And the feedback that we received from the SAC survey, just to give you just a heads up on this when we look at this plan process, is that it's very difficult, this timeline, to be thrown this data at the beginning of the year. We come here and we speak with you and you look at it, and then our schools are like bam, bam, bam. They're just kind of getting their feet wet. We might have new SAC members. And sometimes those authentic conversations are hard to have with this timeline. We're very lucky that we had a great DUIP subcommittee last year as well. Jill Fellman, Lori Avery, Dr. Eaton all went to this Colorado State Education Board, right? State Colorado, was that correct? Yeah, CDE, and they explained the difficulties we were having with that. I think that they were open to that conversation and they listened, but really our school district, Jefferson County School District, was the only one to give feedback so far on that. So it would be really interesting to hear from other school districts if this timeline poses a problem for them as well. So that's just kind of what we see from our side as DUIP subcommittee. That's the feedback we get from that SAC survey, is that it's a really neat and interesting conversation to have, but we don't feel like it's a very authentic conversation if just based on the timeline. But it's very important for our schools. So just to look at this, first they gather and organize the data. I'll just kind of go through this quickly because everyone can read the slide. But the data, that's what really grabbed me. I love working with Dr. Eaton. I think she's amazing. She makes it easy to understand. Everyone here, I'm proud, first of all, very proud to be on this subcommittee. They have been very welcoming to us too. As volunteers and listening to this data, bringing it forth and allowing us to ask these questions, allowing us to ask, oh, okay, can we dig further into this? So there is very authentic conversations that we're having and robust. So then we're going to go into the trends. So usually the data we look at around September, October, and then we kind of get into that beginning of the year data, November-ish. We usually don't have a meeting in December, but then we start looking at your priority performance challenges, root causes. That's really interesting to dig into what's causing this. And we did see a lot of the same things across what we're seeing with our data. We're hearing this from our schools, like what's happening in 5th grade with this math. I actually have a daughter on a read plan as well. So it's very interesting to look at that data, and it hits home as well. So then we, mid-year district assessment data, we kind of look at it February. So we're kind of looking at that beginning, that middle, and trying to figure out what our performance targets are, what our challenges are for this, again, those root causes. And then we have to present back to you guys in the spring, and we're presenting to our DAC as well as an overall group. We did vote this year at the end of last year. Usually in August, we have to bring them the DUIP and say, here it is. We need a vote on this. Like, what do you think? Can we bring this to the board? And that, again, did not work. So luckily they gave us the go-ahead as a subcommittee to go and said, we approve this. Let's bring this to the board. So that was a positive change this year. Parker, do you want to add anything to that?
Well, first off, you did a great job. But no, I'm right there with every one of you. You can look at data all day long, but what are we doing to fix it? What are we doing to get to the next level? And align it with our strategic plan. And that's something that Dr. Eden and, and the 5 of us, we're looking at every month, or every day, is what are we doing to get to the next level? Yeah, you can say 5th grade math's a challenge, but what are we doing to fix the 5th grade math challenge? And that's starts at the top, and works its way as a trickle down effect almost, to the bottom to people who are in the classrooms every day.
And I think as stakeholders and as parents and what we hear at schools is, when is this going to happen? Like, when are these changes going to happen? We hear that a lot, but we also have to make very attainable goals as well. If we try to say, okay, by next year, everyone's 100% are going to be at this, reading in 3rd grade. That's hard, but we do want to see our benchmarks, and are we going to have that data to prove that it's working? So I think that's what we ask those questions on, and we do hear it from the schools. It's really neat to be part of a SAC as well and hear it down at the school level, and hopefully come back and ask you the questions too and bring it back. So.
No, absolutely, and I agree with you, Dr. Miller. 2% every year is not going to get us anywhere. But if we start at 2% this year, and next year our goal is 8%, the next year our goal is 20%, expand the goal every year, with learning as we go as well, we're going to get there.
So what I am going to do is just walk us through some high-level summary. You all had the document, the 19-page riveting document in your board docs. To read over Labor Day, which is a great time to read. So I'll just give you some highlights, just to remind you what you read. So we start with looking at our data, as our co-chairs talked about, and really trying to see what our strengths and our challenges are. So what we found in some of our strengths were that in elementary, our CMAS performance and met and exceeded really has rebounded to our 2019 level. So we're seeing some of that recovery from the pandemic. We're also seeing some relatively high growth in almost all areas of CMAS and PSAT, SAT. So that shows that we're growing stronger than the rest of the state in many of our areas. And then our grad rates also have shown improvement, and our dropout rates have been stable. We located some challenges. Really, we're seeing, just like the state and national trends, we're seeing that certain groups of students are traditionally underserved populations are not recovering academically as fast as some of our other students. So that's a big concern for us, and part of what you heard Dr. Kim talk about, high dosage tutoring, and some of the work that we're doing in the plan to catch up students. We also know that, as Dr. Kim also mentioned, we have wait lists on some of our PWR opportunities. We're trying to look at that and make it equitably accessible to all students. We continue to hear from educators that there are some students who have student social emotional needs that we need to still address. And then our family school partnership survey showed that we had some declines. I think we shared that with the board last year around the areas of sharing power and welcoming all families. So those are some areas that our team identified. And so that from there you get into your performance challenges. And specifically, we talked about all students are not reading at grade level by the end of third grade, especially our underserved populations. Secondary mathematics, I think Dr. Kim sort of already outlined this for us, talking about the challenges we saw. Fifth grade was the lowest growth area in academic growth of all of our math scores. And then moving into middle school, we're not returning to those pre-pandemic levels of performance. Looking at our PWR, we talked about course failure and how important that is to make sure our students are on track. And we're seeing that some of our pandemic impacts have not had students pass all the classes that they used to, and so we don't have as many students on track to graduate, and so that's a really important area. And of course, our socio-emotional needs that we'll continue to work on for certain students, and that sharing power. And we now have a new department for family engagement and community, so that's some of our action steps. I'm previewing the future. Okay, so our major improvement strategy, I think, is directly aligned to our strategic plan. So we really did, as Superintendent Dorland talked about, align these two plans very closely. So when you know one plan, you know the other plan, because they really overlap. And it's really the two areas of that was talked about by Dr. Kim. The whole plan, the district plan is bigger, the strategic plan, then this is more an academic plan when we talk about the district unified improvement plan. But our overarching strategy is that we're going to implement year one of those initiatives that were reviewed earlier and make sure that we monitor the progress of those initiatives so that we know we're accomplishing what we say we're going to accomplish in our Jeffco Thrives.
I don't know why I want to click. I'm not clicking. Thank you, Dr. Eaton. Also earlier you did hear, so as we look at the action steps in year one implementation of Jeffco Thrives 2025 as identified and aligned in the district UIP, you heard Dr. Kim unpack these action steps in detail a lot earlier. And as you heard in our Learners, Our Future, she shared our focus goals and action steps. And the district UIP will actually allow and require active monitoring of our strategic plan. And so much to what we heard in the conversation earlier in the questions to Dr. Kim, really what gets monitored gets done. And so with the district UIP and the very detailed action steps will require active monitoring to ensure accountability to our district UIP.
So I'm going to address the district performance targets, and I did hear Director Miller's comments earlier, so I'll try to incorporate some of that response as well. So our targets were based in a couple of approaches. One is Dr. Robert Lynn, distinguished professor at CU Boulder, talked about this idea of existence proof. And so we're really grounding it in his work that talked about looking at, has it been accomplished? Is it possible? So part of our goals was looking at the highest performing districts in Colorado and saying, how are they performing now? So we looked at Boulder Valley School District, we looked at Littleton Public Schools, Douglas County, knowing that those populations are not as at risk as our population. So, but still setting our sights on that level of performance, even though our populations differ some and we're not completely comparable districts. So we looked at those performances in those districts, and we said, this is what's been accomplished for some districts in Colorado. We also looked at our historical trends in Jeffco and said, how have we been performing over time? Now we've had this big disruption in data and everything. So it's a challenge when you look at trends over time when you don't have the trends that you'd like to have. And then we also looked at a 3-year trajectory because we're looking at a Jeffco Thrives 2025. Our Unified Improvement Plan requires 2 years of targets, but we're really thinking about a 3-year trajectory to that alignment of the strategic plan. So we looked at the highest performing districts and we said, Jeffco can do that. We can do that. And we did it over a 3-year period with incremental goals. Our beginning targets are somewhat less ambitious than later years because we're starting to implement new resources. So it takes some time for teachers to get up to speed on what these resources are and to be able to be proficient, if you will, on how to be artful in the way that we work with students and differentiate with these resources. So we plan, as much like our co-chairs talked about, to be more aggressive in later years, knowing that we want it to be existence proof, but we also want to be ambitious. So we anticipate that we'll grow to reach these levels of the highest performing districts in Colorado in 3 years and then exceed that. So the anticipated work and also the growth piece, we want to see that growth for every subgroup. What we're seeing right now is we're not having typical growth for our subgroups, and we have to work on that. If they're not growing, we're never going to reach these targets. So that's another really important area that we're focusing on. And our targets are these areas. I think you see it in the plan. It's on pages 18 and 19, I think. So we have a REDAC target with Acadience looking at beginning and end of year. That one we have to fill out after Acadience closes, which is in a week. And then we have our grade 3 ELA target or ELA target. We have a math target in grades 5 and 8, and then growth across the board because all of our students and all of our specialized student groups need to be growing. We're looking at 9th grade completion for course failures, and then also concurrent enrollment increases and graduation rates. So those are our targets that we cover in the plan. I think that's it. We open up to questions.
One other thing I might add is we are doing, we've talked about these major initiatives this year that we have that span all 4 priority areas within Jeffco Thrives. And so much of that work with regional opportunities for thriving schools, healthy and equitable start times, a focus on a positive district culture aligned to the values that the board has identified, and really an investment in actionable data and processes for educators and principals to understand how best to use that data in a meaningful way. Those are all foundational elements of our ability to be able to make gains academically. And we need this year to get those things in place so that we can then move quicker in the out years. And I just want to reiterate, I think Director Reed said it best when she said, it can't be this conversation where teachers are told, here's the goal, now go get it done. We have to provide the systemic supports for people to be able to feel efficacious in their ability to improve the outcomes that our students deserve. And so we're doing that hard work, and I'm grateful to the board for supporting us in doing that hard work. But I do believe that we'll be able to, over the next 12 months, make good headway in aligning our resources to the goals here and the goals that we'll eventually be looking at within Jeffco Thrives. And until we do that, it's going to be really difficult for our schools to feel really efficacious in making this happen. I think the best thing we're doing this year is this investment in the core and making sure that our elementary students have resources aligned to the science of reading, that we're zeroing in on that math at the middle school level in particular, and you'll hear more about that when we look at the data. But I want to emphasize that I believe the systems and the structures from the district level in support of our schools have not been in place. And we need to do the work we're doing around regional opportunities, curriculum, culture, data culture, taking care of our employees, building trust. We need to do that work this year so that we can, I think, go faster than we all want to move quickly. We all have a sense of urgency. So just last piece.
Okay. Thank you, Superintendent Dorland. Thank you all for taking on the co-chairship for the DUIP subcommittee. I know it is, we mentioned at the sort of DAC launch, it is a lot of work. And then you start just dreaming about numbers constantly. For me, I found it quite overwhelming. But it's really important work, and I think it helps us to make sense of the data. I think it helps the broader public and parents and community members make sense. So thank you for your commitment to this. Board members, this is our opportunity to engage in a conversation with our friends. Is there anyone that would like to begin with comments, questions? Director Miller.
Thank you for volunteering. It's a thankless job, I know, and it really is a lot of work. A couple of questions. And yeah, as parents, and you have kids that you want to have go out and do great things and take on the world. When you guys sat down and started to do the work, what was your expectation of a world-class school district?
I think for me, it's reaching every child, like whether acceleration programs or that intervention. Like I said, I have a child on a READ plan, and I have a child, both of them actually are on 504s. But it's being able to have these goals that we've talked about and to be able to reach these goals and to, yes, act as a sense of urgency. I mean, the world's changing. We need to change with it. We can't, I think we talked about with high school still being kind of like what it was when we went to school, when we were talking about the Jeffco Thrives 2025, is adapting. But meeting the needs of every child is always my big priority when I got into this. But I didn't know when this is the reason why I joined, why I started small on the school level and I worked my way up here, is that I have to be informed as a parent. I'm lucky that I have the time and the availability to do that. And my goal is to bring this information back to my community and to let those voices be heard at the school level. That is a very tough question for I want to see my kids excel post school life, post secondary, to be able to go out into the world and function and be able to be a part of society. And I know that's such a broad thing to say, but it starts at that pre-K level. Honestly, lucky that both my kids went to preschool and that we had that opportunity. So I think it starts there and it works all the way up through secondary, and it's how can we meet the needs of every child in such a large district? I think that was always my biggest concern. I'm a Golden High School graduate. I went to school here. This district means the world to me. It is hard when we're a large district as a parent and to meet the needs of children from the mountains down to the south. Every school has its own needs. I know that parents are concerned with school-based budgeting, with how does it look in my community? How can we make this work? I do think that it all intertwines and connects. This Jeffco Thrives 2025 is so important in the fact that we're aligning it and integrating it with our DUIP and with other, just Jeffco Thrives in general. I think that's going to be really important. So to me, it's just meeting the needs of every child. I don't know that's so broad and how you get there, but I think it starts small and we're building up to that. So how about you, Parker?
First off, she's a way better speaker than I am. But the biggest thing I come to the table with, and she's heard me say it, 1,000 times, is what are we doing to close the gap between the different, areas in our district, right? For example, is district over here, they're an underprivileged area, they're not as well off where district over here is, so what are we doing, to kind of close that gap? Is it fair that I say fair, but my kids are lucky that I can provide them with everything they need, right? And we don't have to rely on the school district to do it. Other areas aren't so lucky. So what are we doing to help them get the same exact education that we're getting on this side of the table? And I get that all the time. Not all the time, but more previously than I do now is, hey, my kids don't have this. What can we do to help them? And obviously, I make phone calls and make things happen, but I shouldn't be the teachers should be out there going, recognize the issue and fix the problem. But my biggest thing is ultimately is how do we close the gap? I came from a school district. I'm not going to throw any state under the bus, but one of the lowest education rates, in the United States. I just probably called it out for you. But, this school district does an amazing job compared to some of the other, areas in the country. But we can always do better.
I do want to thank each and every one of you. It's a hard job. We are a huge district, but thank you. I watch all the board meetings and I know how much work and effort you put into it. And thank you for coming to our SAC kickoff or for our DAC meetings. And I've had the pleasure of meeting each and every one of you. So thank you very much for all you do.
I have a thankless job.
Yes, you do. Yeah. And I was happy. I'm glad that we touched on the ESSER funds today. That was very important for me. That high dosage tutoring is huge, but it's going to go to the schools that really need it right now. But I'm very lucky that I could pay for my daughter's tutoring over the summer, but there are people that aren't as lucky. But it would be great to see this data in a few years, and if it's really working, to be able to expand that high dosage tutoring. I would love to be able to utilize that as well, even though I can pay for it. But that does take away from other things. So that's something that I would like to look at too, just that's just an individual story I have. But those are the kind of things that I'm looking forward to seeing how this changes our data in the years to come with some of these programs we're implementing. But how can we make it work for everyone? I know we can only give it, allow these, and it should go to the schools that need it the most, the populations that are most affected and right now. But if it does work, would be neat to expand that. So it would be kind of interesting to see in the coming years. I'll be looking forward to that. Does that help answer? It's a hard question.
No, thank just going back to a couple questions for the root causes. Some of the root causes that we had over the past decade, and some have all of a sudden gone in the past couple of years. So I'm not exactly sure how we got rid of those root causes, but the ones that we're looking at right now are still kind of endemic in terms of people understanding what our goals and objectives are, how we're getting there. And so tying that to the work that Dr. Kim presented to us earlier, having everybody on the same page and trying to see how we're going to address those root causes next year. What are we doing to address them? Because they seem to be endemic. As I said, they come every year, the same ones. And I'd want to make sure that we are actually addressing those and honoring what you guys think we should be doing differently to address those root causes. And what you think we should be doing differently to be addressing our math needs and requirements. Or because I know a couple years back, the DAC came to us and made recommendations for math, and we didn't implement. And so I'd like to be able to have the resources that you were talking about, Superintendent Dorland. How do we implement what you guys really recommend based on the data? So I'm hopeful we work more closely together with you all in that space. Yeah. And which ties me back then to the question of schedule. Because when we had the schedule before, it was looking backwards, right? So we finished it, and I remember people saying, well, we can't really look at that data because it's looking backwards. And now we're trying to take it to look forward. And so I don't know if there's a perfect schedule, but if there is a way that we can use MAP data as a complement, not just to the CMAS data, but using the real-time data that our teachers are using so that it helps us to tie to the work that you all are doing so that it's not a run in August. I don't know exactly how that works, you all, but it seems to me the purpose that isn't that what we said, that by putting it in earlier, it afforded the district and schools to actually use those goals and objectives for the work that they were going to be doing that year. So I'm just trying to figure out the dynamics of that schedule and how how we can make it work more effectively for schools and for you guys to kind of combine. I don't know if there's an answer for that, David, but yeah. I mean, we've talked about it. But
Yeah, I can attempt a response to that. I don't know that I have a perfect answer for that, but I mean, anytime you're writing an improvement plan, ideally, the sooner that you can get that on the table for your teachers and for your community, the better it's going to be in terms of informing your process throughout the year. Unfortunately, not all the data comes to us in time for that to happen right at the beginning of the year. I think these are getting better. Like, we just got our school performance frameworks, at this past week, and so some of our schools want to have that data inform their practices at their building level, and we also want to inform those at the district level. But ultimately, the real-time data is what we need to be looking at. That's the best opportunity. We're going to have to make adjustments throughout the year. And I think one of the things that we're working to address is the UIP should not just be this one-time document that we create and then we just put on a shelf somewhere. It's something that we should be adjusting as the year goes on. So when we're seeing things happening in our schools or in our district that are positively or negatively influencing the data, we should be making adjustments to those things. And so it's something that this committee should be looking at from a district standpoint, and every school should be looking at from their school standpoint. Something else I would say is, and I think you alluded to this, but some of the root causes that we're looking at right now are around alignment and around clarity. And I'm hoping that you see that connection tonight, and that there is more clarity, partly from you all giving us some direction and the strategic plan informing our process. And ultimately, if we can get clear about the work that we need to provide for our teachers, for learning, for our principals, for their leadership, so that our students can get what they need in the classroom, we should see some improvements. I think that there are we have maybe a small case study within our district with our turnaround schools where there's been a lot of alignment in their work, and there's a lot of alignment in their unified improvement plans. Unfortunately, we've seen some successes and we've seen some failures with that. And so we're trying to learn from those experiences as well, because we are trying to create more alignment across our district, based in the culture of instructional excellence and the extraordinary student experience. So I don't know if that really answers your question necessarily, but I appreciate it. And I think we're on the same page in terms of how the data should be informing our work on a regular basis versus, looking backwards or even looking too far ahead. We need to be looking at what's happening right now in front of us with students in the classroom that are there right now.
Yeah, thank you, because I think that helps at least us when we did that shift before. It was kind of a little confusing. And then one last thing, and that is, when we look back at 2019 and we look at the students that actually took the assessments in 2019, we have a different population that took it this time. And so there is an upward bias, candidly, in performance, not only for reading, but also for math. And if you were to extract the GT children and their performance, our numbers are not where they need to be, and we're not above the state. We're just there. So I think we need to have that honest conversation, that when we're talking about the gap that you raised, and thank you for doing that, because I think that's a recognition. We have to realize that we had student population, our most vulnerable, did not show up for these assessments. And so we have a lot more work to do in terms of identifying why and where they are, and then recognizing we are not in a better position than we were. In fact, it's in a more heightened area of struggle or challenge, I should say. So I just want to make sure we understand the upward bias and how we're going to address that.
If I can respond to that as well. In most of our underserved communities, more than 95% of our students did participate in the assessment. And so we do see a glaring gap in our data. And I don't think any of us would dispute the fact that we need to do better. And I agree with you that we do. But I think that we also have to keep in mind that some of the findings of Dr. Aquino's work, for example, was that we were not aligned to what we believe to be best practices that are going to make improvements for our students. And so as we sort of narrow in on what those are, that's our duty, is to make sure that we're training our teachers and our leaders to implement those in the classroom. And so regardless of the community that you're serving in, all of our students deserve those best practices to be in their classrooms. And so I think that it is. I just want to point out that in a lot of our title communities, for example, we did have 95% plus participation. And so,
I know, but the population declined in terms of what we
fair,
identified,
okay.
right? And so, no. Right. So I'm just saying the population that took the assessment was a smaller population than in 2019 or in 2017.
Fair.
And so therefore, because they're a smaller population, they have less of an impact. And so if our bias,
drawing that connection.
yeah, that's
Fair.
okay.
Yep.
Our bias is changed.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Thanks. Other board members? Sorry, Director Miller, were you done with? Okay, gotcha. Yeah, Dr. Reed.
Do we know whether school accountability committees are also looking at this real-time data and aligned with this whole process? Because it's, I'm so glad that we're seeing this alignment happen here, but it does need to go all the way down to the schools.
Make sure you just use your mic because all of
Sorry.
our listeners in
In a perfect world, yes. They are looking at it, with their SAC committee every single, every time they meet. They should be looking at it. The question I have is, are they? And if they're not, why? What's holding them back? But yes, to answer your question, yes, they should be looking at it every single meeting.
And it's also just making sure that each of our schools does. I mean, it is required by law to have a SAC, but some of our schools, it's hard. It's hard to get that committee, get a parent chair, get people there. So yes, again, in the perfect world, yes, they should be. But is it happening everywhere? Probably not. But I do think that looking at that real time will definitely help guide us. And if we can make this just a working document, changing fluid, that will help meet our goals faster.
I can just piggyback on what you just asked, 'cause I think it's important. I know we look at SAC data for my kids' school, and I try not to speak at those meetings because this is an unfair advantage. One of the things that I guess it's a question and a comment, if there's any sort of a primer or any way in which SAC leaders and other folks that are engaged in those committees kind of have some guidance around how, what are we looking at? Because it's not sort of intuitive for all of us when we look at data. And I know for my own kids' schools, even having some guiding questions around what does this mean? How do we get sort of a deeper set of conversations happening among parents? It may be helpful to have a kind of guide to what is our starting point, and obviously principals can do a lot of that sense making and lead some of those conversations. But I do think to empower parents to have that conversation would be really important as well.
I appreciate you bringing up the parent perspective. I think it's really important. And I do believe, talking back to just the accountability, our principals do have an expectation that they're engaging with their SAC, large or small, around a collective commitment and a collective responsibility in creating their school improvement plan. And so, yes, we may have SACs that have, small participation, but our principals do a very, diligent job in engaging parents to ensure that parents' voice is representative in the creation of their school UIP. And so, I would say that is actually happening probably more than we would assume.
I think it's definitely improved. But I did actually highlight some things off of the SAC survey that came back about the UIP. The UIP is not written in community-friendly language. It's geared towards educators. There is so much technical background that is needed to understand the process and meaningfully engage in a process that takes a ton of time. Create a better process for engaging our SAC. Time is also an issue. The UIP timelines don't align with a SAC meeting schedule. Those kind of things were all concerns. So I think that people want to be engaged and want to do this. There's just some factors that I think that even as us as a DAC could develop or make, even just a user-friendly way to understand the UIP.
Yeah, thanks for that.
And in fact, I was engaged in a conversation just today with a SAC chair who wants a little more direction, and we need to review the SAC manual, which is the responsibility of DAC to provide some more direction through the SAC manual. And so that is something we're going to need to look at as a DAC, and I haven't talked to the DAC about that yet because that conversation was today. But it is something that I think it is a responsibility we have with our district accountability committee to take time and review that manual and put some effort into making sure the training's in place for the stack chairs at their building so they're able to engage in the right questions. Yep.
And I would just add one more comment. The Colorado Department of Education also recognizes that the tool is very cumbersome in the UIP, and they actually done a pilot and a year-long study to make it more streamlined. And next year, I think all of our schools are supposed to be using that in the district. So hopefully, with this new version of the UIP from the state, it'll also be a little easier to understand and less technical. That's our hope. Yeah.
Promising. Did you have any? Oh, okay, great. Director Parker.
First of all, thank you guys so much for this. I wish that more parents, more people in our community realized how much input we get from our community, how much direction we on the board get, not only from the superintendent and her staff, but from parents and teachers and just community members. So I think it's wonderful, and it's just priceless as far as I'm concerned. I just wanted to throw out one little anecdote from my own experience. I have 4 grandkids who are in elementary school right now. And as I was trying to get a handle on CMAS scores and get a little better feel for why they look so horrible all over, in my opinion, I asked one daughter, who was a teacher, to tell me about my grandkids' CMAS scores. And she had them, she'd kept them. She's a teacher, she understands them, and she went through them, line by line with me, and we talked about this, she's not proficient in that, how did that happen? I went to my other daughter, I asked her about the CMAS scores for her 2 kids, and she said, oh, I don't remember them. I said, well, do you have them or something? I'll just look it over. She said, I can keep that. She had no interest whatsoever in the CMAS scores for her kids. And I realized, going over it with my daughter who did understand it, how complicated and confusing. I mean, I was used to, get 90%, out of 100. No, this is not out of 100. It's out of some random number that I couldn't figure out, and I didn't know what proficient really meant. So anyway, I just wanted to push it down to, the schools. We've got to help them understand these metrics, but we also need to let parents know what they mean so they'll understand it better. So thank you.
Not only do we need to let parents know, how to read it better, but we got to let teachers know as well. When I say that is, I've got a 10th grade daughter, right? Her and her friends, every year when testing comes around, my daughter cries because she's so nervous to go into the testing because they've scared them so much that, something goes wrong, that their school's not going to do well. She tells me, Dad, I want to opt out. No, you're not. Yes, you are. No, you're not. And then we get into this debate. But I just, but she tells me she doesn't do good on it because they've stressed her out so much. So it's an educational tool of why are they getting, that stressed out over state testing? Just go in there and do the best you can. It's not a punishment. Nobody's going to say Tracy Dorland didn't do good and we're going to take her to the principal's office. No. It's just a learning, it's an educational tool to find out how we can do better.
I think it's a great point that you make, and I know there are kids that definitely feel that very acutely, and we have different groups of learners who feel it more deeply than others. I think also going back to Dr. Kim's presentation and how you all are kind of weaving this together, that the hope, and I don't say hope like it's some ethereal thing, I think that the direction we're moving is that we can use that data, but not in a punitive way that makes people feel like they're scared, from the student to the parents, teachers, across the board, that's a sort of culture reset around this is important because we need to see how we can do better. It's also not something that should make kids want to, not go to school. I remember when my 3rd grader started, when she was 3rd grade, that was the first year of CMAS for her, and she was terrified. And she's like, my school won't get funding. I'm like, well, I can tell you that's not true. However, there is some sort of messaging. So I think that that's part of that data culture that could be really powerful to be able to think positively and sort of reframe some of this. So that's my soapbox. Dr. Barta, did you have anything?
There's just something I've been thinking about, and I could probably ask this in any presentation that's today, but I'm wondering maybe from the DAC perspective, if there's when I think about, we talk about achieving these goals, and then I think about how we have a lack of resources to do that. But for example, my 8th grader doesn't have a math teacher right now. And I think, I mean, they're doing, I can't think of it, virtual academy, JVA, is that what it's called? So they have modules, but in 8th grade. And so we're talking about them achieving, these outcomes. And at the DAC kickoff committee, I heard mention that several schools also lacked math teachers. And so I guess I'm wondering, like, from, the parent perspective right now, is there worry about our lack of staff and ability to recruit good teachers? And, I just keep thinking about this middle school with a whole class of 8th graders right now that don't have a math teacher. And, like, where are they going to, be in a year? So kind of wondering what the, perspective is on that as I forgot what we called it, a roadblock or a root cause. A root cause, yeah.
I'm also our school SAC chair, so I get to hear what the concerns are at our school level, just to let you know. So we have a Google form on our website, and our SAC part of our website, they can send us their, pressing issues or concerns that they want brought up at our SAC meetings. And I'm telling you, even in our area, staffing, transportation, food, everything like that, that's a huge concern. Consistency with staffing. Are they going to have teachers that are going to stay? Are they going to have it's just hard. It's the unknown for these kids sometimes, and that's hard for them. Some kids don't do well if there's a lot of change or unknown. So yes, I think staffing is a huge thing for parents. I do want to say that I think from my point of view, as with our admin, I feel like this is a more stable administration and our board. I'm seeing that there's going to be a lot more consistency with curriculum. I like how we're trying to implement the same tools, curriculum throughout. I know that process, that rollout phase can take a little bit. I think that's going to help. I hope as a parent, I'm trying to put hope and faith in that our teachers, because of trying to do professional development and that training for these tools, then we're going to have the staff that wants to stick around and see these changes and how it's going to improve our district as a whole. So I'm hoping that they see it like that. But right now, yes, it is a huge concern. We did have staff turnover. Luckily, we're one of the schools we have the appropriate staff numbers right now, and there's nothing temporary at our school. But that is a concern at other schools, and it would be very hard for a student, especially 8th grade math, which we're seeing some problems and some issues. And if you don't have that consistency with staffing and you're getting one that's maybe trained in this curriculum and one that's not, and they're not going to do well on these tests. And so thank you for bringing that up. I think it's huge.
I think the issue here, and so if these scores already aren't well, and now if they're going to have a year like this, and then their scores are likely not going to be better next year because of this, then it just trickles into choice and where people want to choice in, because now they're looking at test scores, and so it's just a huge disadvantage
To me, is there a concern? Yes. Does the school do a good job of recruiting people? Absolutely they do. And one of the positives that's going to come out of the school closures to me is being able to reallocate some of these teachers to the vacant positions that we're not able to fill. And it's not just a problem in the public school system with staffing. I run a business. It's a problem every single business you're in, no matter what it is. Education, food service, it does, law enforcement, it doesn't matter what it is. But one of the positives coming out of the school closures is these schools are so close together, the teachers aren't moving very far. They're moving a few blocks down the road. And if you can move 30 teachers, if your school you're closing has 30 teachers and you have 12 openings over here, perfect. We just filled those 12 openings in a perfect world. Nothing's perfect, but in a perfect world, we're helping close the gap and take down the roadblock. So yeah, there's negatives and positives to every single thing that's going to happen.
Any other questions? The only thing I would like to return to just real quick, and then we can see if there's any other comments. But if there is a timeline for active monitoring that's associated with the DUIP, I assume that's CDE sets that active monitoring timeline, making sure that it's aligning with the timeline that we're going to have as a board for active monitoring of our board ends. So it seems like it's both kind of a confusing puzzle, but also an opportunity for us to really continue that through line so that we can say, okay, the district needs to be reporting on X. So let's make sure that we're reporting on this policy or end statement or whatever it is that connects to that, so that, one, we're not duplicating effort and work for folks, but also so that we're able to communicate about it in a way that makes sense for what we've been given.
It should be a cycle. The work that you're doing, the work of the strategic plan, the work of the Unified Improvement Plan should all be informing each other at different points in the year. It's not all one informing the other. Sometimes the data may inform the UIP or how you're looking at your ends, but it should be a cycle. It should be something that's going on at all times.
Do you have another? Yep, Director Miller.
Yeah, I want to follow up on that because I think there's two purposes for the DAC and the SACs. To me, the formative information that we get from map data is something that helps inform you all as a DAC as well as SAC. So that aligns as we go into the autumn. We get those assessments. We are able to identify how we're moving in terms of being prepared for the CMAS scores as well as for people accessing the PSATs and the performance. Those assessments at the school level, I think, help inform your work and also help inform your team's work at the administrative level. And then the CMAS is more of a system evaluation, not necessarily the school evaluation. It's a district assessment that says, how well are we doing as a district? And so I think we need to be blending or being thoughtful about how we use the formative data in relationship to what you were talking about. How are our schools educating the kiddos as they're moving through the year? And then the district overall assessment, which is saying, how are we doing as a district? So I think they're very distinctive, but both pieces of data are critical for how we are allocating funds at the school level from the formative information. So SACs have that information and are able to say, hey, we may need an instructional coach next year because we're not seeing what we need to see for reading. So all of that is very helpful, I think, from a budgeting perspective with the principals and the SACs as they look to setting their budgets for the following year. So I think it's an and process.
All right. Any other questions? Any other comments? Yeah. Thank you all so much. We appreciate it and appreciate your time. Look forward to engaging with you again. Board, I'm going to call a timeout so we can take a break. We've been sitting for a few hours. And then we will return to finish up the other items on our agenda. All right, welcome back, everyone. We're going to move on to our next agenda item, which will be an update on regional opportunities for thriving schools. This presentation will provide the board with an update on phase 1 of regional opportunities for thriving schools in order to be well informed for the November 10th, 2022 vote. Superintendent Dorland, is there anything you would like to say before we turn it over to our friends?
I thank you, President Schooley. I'd like to just acknowledge once again how difficult this work is and let the board know that we are pleased to be able to provide this update for you. And at the same time, the schools that are impacted, have been going through a difficult start to the school year. I'm very appreciative of our school principals and our teachers who are taking good care of our students and our families and one another as they process this recommendation. And with that, I will just ask you all to keep them in your thoughts as we have this conversation and as the next few weeks unfold as we head towards the November decision-making date. And also thank you to the board members who I know you are all attending some of the community sessions as a listener. And I want to thank the board for the time that you've, thank the board ahead of time for the effort that you're making to get to these meetings, and also the staff who've also been committed to being there and to listening to the community-based conversations at each site. So with that, I'll hand it over to Ms. Rilu, and she will begin the quick update that we have for you about regional opportunities.
Thank you, Superintendent Dorland. I'd also like to introduce my colleagues. This is Ty Young. He's our project manager for Regional Opportunities for Thriving Schools. And Matt Hanks works in our planning department and is here to speak to some of the information we're providing you today. Thank you for the opportunity to share an update. I do want to just acknowledge that we had a meeting last night at PIFER, and that was a very productive and positive meeting, even though that community obviously loves their school, their teachers, and their principal. They were very focused on a conversation about the future in a very positive way, and even so graciously gave the receiving principal, Bruce Lindsay, a round of applause for being there, and he had an opportunity to talk with many of the parents following the meeting. So just want to thank that community for their graciousness and their respect and their opportunity to talk about a future-facing conversation. I was just this afternoon out with our staff at Thompson Elementary School, just talking a little bit more about the why around this decision. And while this is really difficult for folks to process, it was very clear that they were focused on students and the best learning experience for students. And so I just want to thank them as well as our staff members around Jeffco who are facing this with such grace and focused on students. And we are dedicated to ensuring that we care for our staff members along with our students and families. So that's always on our minds. And we're as I said in the beginning, this is not a perfect process, but every day we're working to refine it, to learn from the day before and get better and get help people understand and get to the next step on this. So just wanted to share that. So I'm just and thanks Drew for putting up the website, because I'm gonna talk a little bit about what we're gonna talk about tonight, and then I want to just show a few things on the website so people know where to find information. So what we're gonna talk through tonight is just a reminder of our phase 1 timeline. We have a data revision point that we want to bring to the public's attention, and then Ty is going to present to you some capacity in terms of what pre and post consolidation, what our capacity looks like to serve elementary school students in the impacted articulation areas. We are going to hear from Matt on some new housing developments in the impacted articulation areas, overview of review of class size guidelines in the JCEA agreement. Just we've had some questions about class sizes, and then also want to talk about school attendance areas. There's a policy J, code JC, that requires that we share with you intended school boundary changes, which will be part of what you vote on in November. So we're sharing that information with you all today, and happy to answer questions about that tonight or at a future meeting. All right, so just reminder to people that you can go to jeffcopublicschools.org on our website, and Drew, if you'll scroll down a little bit. On the right-hand side, far right-hand side, you see regional opportunities for thriving schools. If you can click there, please, Drew. Okay, technical. Good. Oh. Okay. So here is where you can see how information is organized here. So there's recommended school consolidations, family resources. People can submit a comment. We have frequently asked questions. There's a list of the community conversations and when they are, the FCB committees and about those, public hearing dates, and closing school impacts. If you click into closing school impacts, it talks about the impact, some questions that we have been getting around how this impacts families and staff members. And so that is available on this page. Just wanted to remind people that this information is all accessible online. Okay, Drew, if you can head back to the presentation for us, please. It's right there, and it's to the right, Drew. There you go. Thank you. All right, I'm going to keep going. So our phase 1 timeline, on June 30th, we created the FCB dashboard where folks could see what was going on with our schools from the perspective of enrollment and building utilization. On August 25th, we delivered the staff's recommendations to the board for 16 school closures and consolidations involving 38 schools. And we started yesterday our school-based community conversations on the transitions, and those go through most of the month of October. The board will hear public comment the last week in October from all 16 schools, and then the board will vote on the one package on November 10th. Just a little bit on our community conversations. Thank you. So every school will have 2 community conversations. The first meeting is in September and the second meeting is in October. Between the 2 conversations, stakeholders from the proposed consolidating schools will complete a survey or participate in a focus group that is going to help direct that October conversation to be one about how that community may move forward together should the board approve this recommendation. Every school will have the 1-hour public hearing before November 10th, and all meeting dates, times, and locations are posted online. On November 10th, we'll put forward one package recommendation from the district staff to the board on the closure of 16 elementary schools. And as we've talked about before, the follow-up work that needs to happen around facility use and the study of school boundaries, articulation areas, choice patterns, etc. And then we will start looking at going into phase 2 at the beginning of next year. Quickly on a data revision point, so we had initially talked about $16 million being spent at the consolidating or closing schools from the 2018 bond. We made a mistake in our calculations, just flipping one of the schools. We had a school that was the receiving school instead of the sending school in the initial calculations. So that was just an honest mistake on our part. We apologize for that. And the rest of the information is the same. And I'm going to turn it over to Ty to talk about our capacity pre and post consolidation.
Hi, good evening, everyone. So looking at our capacity that we have in the district, these 12 articulation areas that are impacted, column 1 shows the articulation area specifically. Column 2 shows the total number of students who live in the boundary articulation area K through 5. Which is roughly about close to 20,000 students that live in these impacted 12 locations or these Arctic areas. Column 3 has the total number of students who live in the boundary and attend at their neighborhood school, so whether that's K5 or K6. The difference between column 2 and column 3 is that choice in number. And then looking at column 4, the number of, that's our capacity, that pre-consolidation at these sites. And then column 5 is the number of excess seats that we have in the elementary schools pre-consolidation. And finally, column 6 calls out the number of elementary schools per articulation area pre-consolidation. So we're looking at 62 total schools in these 12 articulation areas, 62 elementary schools, let me clarify, in these 12 articulation areas pre-consolidation. So post-consolidation, again, columns 2 and 3, those numbers are going to stay the same because those are still the number of students who live in the boundary and the number of students who live in the boundary and attend their neighborhood school. Columns 4 and 5 here are going to show the difference in the capacity after the consolidation, which is removing the 6,885 seats, again, throughout the 12 articulation areas. And then column 6 finally again shows that difference, the 46 number of schools after the removing the 16 or consolidating throughout that process.
Thank you, Ty. And we just wanted to assure people that we still will have space in our elementary schools for additional students should they come. However, because there has been questions about if we'll be able to serve bubbles that might come through or future students, and we certainly have plenty of space for future students. And I'm going to turn it over to Matt to talk about developments.
Good evening. So I work in planning and property and have been with the district about 8 years. I'm the guy that makes your maps usually and receives these referrals that come from our cities and county. And then we do, we estimate the number of projected kids that may come out of a particular development. So we're going to start, we're going to go through the 12 impacted areas briefly, but obviously when we're done, if you have any questions about any particular articulation area, we can address those. So we're going to start with Alameda. Alameda is a very slow growth area. The projections of the developments we have right now, we're looking at about 105 students through the developments we know about so far. Arvada, we have quite a few more projections, but you see the number doesn't go up much as far as projected students of 106. Historically, townhomes, apartments, and multifamily housing does not produce a whole lot of kids to the district. So that's why you see a lot of townhomes, a lot of single-family attached duplexes. We just don't see the amount of kids that, a single-family detached house might produce. Arvada West, you do see a lot more single-family detached homes in this area, especially around the Fairmount area. We've gotten a lot of development referrals from that area. So we are projecting a few more kids out of that area. Bear Creek, it's a very large articulation zone, but we have very few developments so far. Number 1 on the list is Three Hills, and that's our largest one in this area. If you notice in your appendix of these slides, the boundaries, we're thinking that changing, moving Three Hills from Red Rocks Elementary School to Kendallview will help alleviate some of the capacity issues we see at Red Rocks Elementary. Once this development is built, it's not even started construction, so we think that moving it now would save a lot of headache later. Dakota Ridge, you can see our numbers there, about 71 projected students. Evergreen, also, a large articulation area, but very few building going on at this point. And we see a lot of multifamily up there and single family attached. Green Mountain. Now, this is the area that we've seen a lot of development come in for future growth. Red Rocks Ranch down there, right across from Bandamere. Obviously, you see the homes going up there left and right. So we're projecting these numbers of students from that area, and we've also got some land dedication from the developer on that, should we build a new school in that area. Indigo and CDN, those have not begun yet. There was an issue with Green Mountain Water that they're trying to resolve before that moves on. And then that last one on the list is right next to Green Mountain Elementary School. I know that there was some discussion about a development coming next to them, and it's 12 single-family houses. We're thinking 5 kids. Jefferson, this is another area where you see a bunch of development, but not a lot of kids. Lots of townhomes, lots of, families that don't have kids, young families. The home prices in that area are pretty steep, about 6,000-7,000 for a townhome. So, we just don't see the numbers of kids coming out of that area in the Edgewater area. Lakewood, we're projecting about 169 kids. No major developments going on there, lots of multifamily housing. Pomona, very, very few at all. Stanley Lake. Now, Stanley Lake, it's projected that there could be a large number of kids here, but lots. It's in that Arista, the Broomfield Urban Transit area where the new hospital is up there off of 120th, 128. We just don't see. Although we project these amounts of kids, we're just not seeing them in the actuals. That area is very close to Boulder Valley School District, also Adams 12. So we do lose some kids to other districts in that area. And also Jefferson Academy, that's a very popular school in that area. Wheat Ridge, these are the numbers that we've collected so far from Wheat Ridge. We're seeing a lot of development in the Stover area that, we've gotten over the last several years. We're trying to keep track of them. Wheat Ridge might be our worst offender in letting us know what's going on, but we can contact them anytime. And so they've got some things going on that we've done some research on if you'd like to ask in the question and answer session. But those are the 12 articulation areas. So I'll turn it over back to Lisa.
Thank you. So the class size, I just wanted to remind everybody that we do have class size guidelines in our JCEA master agreement. And this is pulled directly from the agreement itself. And we believe that we will be able to align with these guidelines in our schools even after consolidation. And as we always try to. And so I just wanted to make that clear. People have asked us about class size, and we are still working under these guidelines. Finally, Policy J just says that school boundaries shall be reviewed annually by the superintendent or designee to determine if adjustments are needed, and changes shall be discussed with principals, citizen advisory committees, and parents, which is what we're doing now as part of the community conversations that we're having. And proposals for changing school boundaries shall be submitted to the superintendent and the Board of Education in October for preliminary study, and shall be reviewed or acted upon during November. So we're a little bit ahead of schedule here by sharing the school boundaries with you now, but we wanted to give you the opportunity in case we need to, you want to ask us questions about that we want to come back to next month. In the appendix, and you have this, we're showing you how the attendance areas are going to be combined after post-consolidation, should that take place. And so you can review that. We also, Matt printed you off huge maps of the district of what it would look like post-consolidation, and he has one for each of you that we can give to you tonight. So with that, I'm going to pause there. I know this is kind of a little bit random, bunch of stuff that we brought you, but it all relates to questions that we're getting, and we wanted to make sure and share this with you publicly. But happy to take any questions you have.
Great, thank you all. And I also know myself, the board, we appreciate the responsiveness as questions have come in, particularly when there seems to be quite a lot of interest in some of these questions, they're recurring questions, that we're able to have public conversations about them, to be able to share data freely and make this as transparent a process using the information that we have as we move forward. Board members, questions and comments for our friends here. Dr. Barta.
I have two questions. So, sorry, there aren't page numbers, so I'm looking. I'm looking for, so in the boundary redos, can't the one with Campbell on it, and then also, I'm so sorry, I can't find them now. I was like, the one with, I think it's Witt Elementary. No, not Witt. Sorry, yeah, next to it. Where's the map? In both of those cases, oh, here it is. Ryan and Sheridan Green. Like, can you talk about what's going on here? Like, so the new Semper Elementary cuts between the two areas, and that's the same for
That's
the
correct.
other one, right?
Yeah, the original boundary on your left, the two blue shades are Sheridan Green currently. Semper cuts through, and then Ryan is in the northeast corner of the school district. So to not involve, involve another school or impact another school, Semper, we just combine those with the Semper, I guess, donut hole, if you will, with the Ryan donut hole, if you will, the detached non-contiguous piece. We had thrown around some ideas of it coming across like an L and connecting it. A lot of that area, and that I live right across the border right there in Boulder, but it's the Broomfield Industrial Park. There's not a whole lot of kids there, but just for the ease of the combining boundaries, we didn't want to push it too far.
I have this. So historically, this Sheridan Green was split like this, and someone along the way made a decision not to send those Sheridan Green kids to the Witt school right next to it, rather cross this road or whatever it is to send them over there. That happened at some point historically.
Yeah, I think so. What we're showing is like, and this is why we need to do a articulation area and district-wide boundary study. Because what you're pointing out, for example, I think what you were about to talk about was Fremont, and it has like this hole in the middle of the Vanderhoof area, and you see it when you look at it's Stony Creek. That runs right between Powderhorn and Colorado. Those were just decisions that were made a very, very long time ago for various different reasons. And this is why our school boundaries and articulation areas don't always make a whole lot of sense. It's just what they are. And so what you're seeing, with the minor exception of that new development in Kendallview, is that the literal existing boundaries combining to be the new neighborhood school boundary. That makes sense.
Yeah, well, the one at the Ryan Sheridan Green one does not make sense to me, but I don't, there's something historical in that clearly, but something to look at for the future. I don't really know how to make sense of that. And it looks like perhaps, that little triangle that was connected to Sheridan Green, I don't know, did it take, kids from Witt, which is now being closed? There's just a little bit of a story there that seems complex. But it seems like we're persisting in that weird split. So that, I don't know if I have a question in that, or this is the first time I'm seeing it. So I'm just observing in real time.
Yeah, no, thank you. And definitely take some time to look at these. We, in keeping with what we've been doing with this whole process, is we're just trying. We're trying not to impact outside of the 16 closing schools. So if we were able to, if we changed it for those students and had them go somewhere else, that would be a change, another change.
Well, and I think the other thing that, just so you know, that is tricky with some of the maps that you'll see is our goal to try to have the kids aligned to one other school community when we could. It wasn't always possible given the capacity at the receiving school, but that was an interest, and it was an interest that people have expressed to us as keeping the kids together. So that might be driving some of what you're seeing on the maps. The other thing that's going to drive some of what you see on the maps is keeping kids in the articulation area, because there were several situations where if you were to change the articulation area, the map could have been drawn more logically, maybe, but we just felt like keeping families in their articulation area was an important piece for now until we can do a broader study of boundaries, and timelining that out and talking more specifically about that.
Thanks. I just have one other question on the slide that has the capacity to serve students further up in the deck. Sorry, if there is it's 8. Sorry, there's a page number on the PDF. In that column, total number of students who live in boundary and attend neighborhood school, is that specifically saying attend their assigned neighborhood school? Because we may have more kids in that boundary area that attend another neighborhood school. The difference in Alameda between 2,000 and 759 is large, but that's those that go to their assigned neighborhood school. Others might go to the neighboring neighborhood school. It doesn't mean they're all choosing to be out of district or in charters or in private schools. It almost seems like it could be read that way, that those kids aren't going to other neighborhood schools. But unless I'm wrong.
That'd be great clarification. So if they are in the boundary, but they choice into a different neighborhood school within their articulation area boundaries, are they counted on here?
So are you talking about the second column?
Yeah, because if that were true, then we're missing 10,000 kids from the district. So I think the numbers might be a little bit.
We called in if it was a choice student. I think that we just said that was a choice. Like choice was choice. So even if they choiced into another neighborhood school within their articulation area, I think they classically we put them within this chart. For this chart, they're just as a choice.
I think we should clarify that a little. I could see someone reading this like, wow, 10,000 of our kids didn't choice into Jeffco neighborhood schools, but that's not what this is saying. Right, okay.
So the definition of neighborhood school in column 3 is the assigned neighborhood school of their current boundary.
And they're still in Stanley Lake.
Director Miller, do you have a question to clarify?
Okay, so I have 2,000 kiddos in Stanley Lake that should be are in the boundary of the articulation of Stanley Lake, correct? Okay, and then I have 1,000 of those children attending some school in the Stanley Lake articulation area. No. That's where they're going to the assigned neighborhood school. So I have 1,000 children in the Stanley Lake area choicing away from their neighborhood school. And they could be going to another Stanley Lake school, or they could be going to another district-run school, or they could be going to Jefferson Academy, or they could be going someplace else entirely. Is that correct? Is that what you're saying? Okay.
It would almost be helpful if there was a column that said number of students who live in the boundary who attend a school in their boundary area. So then that number would be somewhere between 1,016 and 2,007. But we just don't know. So the difference is kids that are just choosing not to go to one of our neighborhood schools in their boundary area.
So do you want to know just the number of kids that we retain in the district, or do you want it by articulation?
I'm not even asking for anything except that column be better clarified.
Okay, got it.
It's just I know how those numbers can be misinterpreted and used, and it is pretty easy to misinterpret that.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, Director Reed.
So it almost seems like it would be more helpful if what it said was total number of students who live in the boundary and total number of students who attend a school, a neighborhood school within that boundary.
Yeah, that's a different.
It would be a different number, but it would be probably what more people think when they look at this but are wrong about. So then, so that if we say in the Green Mountain area, anybody who attends Foothills or Divinity or Hutchinson, or that they're all included in that number, so we can see how many stay within that articulation area.
Now, I would just say I feel like this is part of this boundary study that we need to do. Remember, we have 46% of our families who choice out of their boundary school into somewhere else, and
Make sure you're
I didn't understand that 46 choice out of their boundary.
well, their home neighborhood school is the same thing as their boundary school.
Okay.
And so I think that's just different nomenclature in terms of language. So your neighborhood school is the school where you live within the boundary that's assigned to that school. The maps that you see are new boundaries that we would have if the board approves things in November for these 16 elementary schools and the associated receiving schools. And I think we're happy to get the data that the board feels like it needs for sure. So if we can get clarity on that, that will be helpful for Lisa and her team. But I will say, when you look, for example, at a school like when we were working with the Fitzmaurice community, it's not as simple as they're all choicing to this charter school down the road or into Boulder or into a school down the street. They are going everywhere. And so the choice patterns are what's just really fascinating, and we need to really do a deeper dive and study of that. And I think we can adjust it by saying the total number of students who live in the boundary and attend their boundary neighborhood school.
I like that better. I can see that there's more complexity to this number that Paula mentioned, like to get that number. But this one, I think we just need to fix. And just one last thing, since you just said this, I really, really do hope that when we open enroll Jeffco this year, that we can take the opportunity to ask people why they're picking the school that they're going to. And I think it would be, at this moment, this really critical moment to understand this, such a missed opportunity to not start doing that like immediately. So if we can just, I don't know if it's a multiple choice question, open-ended seems impossible, but something that allows us to start understanding why in Enroll Jeffco this year, people are going to pick the schools they pick. I really hope that we prioritize that.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. We do ask somewhat of that question now. The challenge is that sometimes our own staff are going in and actually doing that for parents, and so we need to engage an expert on how to ask what question we need to ask to get the answers that we're looking for, and the various ways in which we can ask that question through the Enroll Jeffco system and other ways to understand the choice patterns that are happening. So that is 100% on our radar. Enroll Jeffco opens on December 6th. So we are definitely working towards that. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Okay, so I just want to make sure people have their microphones on, because otherwise, that's okay. It just doesn't pick up. Yeah, it doesn't pick up on the live stream otherwise. Did you have any other questions, Dr. Barta? I just want to make sure I didn't. Okay, other questions? Yep, Director Parker.
Along the line of the survey, at least I did speak to you a little bit about this last night. I would like to see in the survey that we put out in between the first community conversations, and the next one, something to that effect. How would you be choosing the school your child's going to go to? Because we have the receiving school, maybe they'll mostly go there, but if there's another reason, closer to work, whatever, I think it's an opportunity. It may not be the perfect question yet, but it's an opportunity.
Thank you for that.
Thanks, Director Parker. Dr. Miller, do you have any questions or comments?
I will be honest, I just got this. And so, bless you. And so I do have questions. And so I'll touch on them this evening, and you don't have to answer them tonight, but if you could get back to me, I would appreciate it. When I am looking at, and we've talked about this before, when I'm looking at where some of the children are being assigned to different schools, and we're looking at projected enrollment for those schools to which they are attending. I think you brought this up before, Director Parker, last time. Understanding with the information that you gave us, with the number of families that may or may not come in, how we're going to be handling that potential higher level of utilization than we might have envisioned for that school. And I'm also wanting to understand, we've talked about this as well, we have title schools going into schools that are not titled, or children that are assigned to those schools, and how we are going to ensure that supports are carried with those children that are going to those non-title schools, because those are very different environments. And we need to make sure that we are in those conversations that we're having, the community is having, how those supports are going to be deployed. And the other question that I have goes to the facilities specifically, which is if we are moving children into much older schools than where they are leaving from, that is like that's an equity issue for me, in the sense that we may not be taking that school that is much older up to a Three Creeks level, or and that is a concern that I have, is when we're putting children or enrolling children into a school that may not be of the same educational specifications and adequacy. I think we need to be talking about that, and how we are going to be using funds to bring up that adequacy, and or do we think about a switch the other way? And I'm just putting that out there because there's I think 2 or 3 issues like that. So those are my questions that I gleaned from just looking at how things are moving. Thanks.
Can I ask a clarifying question for you?
Sure.
So when you say 3 or 4 instances of that happening, when you say that, because you mentioned 2 different things. You mentioned like sort of a facilities,
the facility
or the
side,
academic.
Well, the title issue, I think we can look at and see that there are, I think, 4 or 5 cases of that actually.
Title into
non-title. So that is one issue that we have. How we talked about this before, the supports that were going to be necessary in order to ensure that we have a smooth combining of those communities, and how we make because those are distinctive of needs, and that's critical for how we support our children. The other side is when we are looking at the FCI, the Facility Condition Index, the age of the building, the ed specifications, and the ed adequacy. We need to understand that we are moving children from one level of ed adequacy to a different level of ed adequacy. And that is an equity issue for me. And I want to understand how we're going to ensure that the ed adequacy of the building that they are moving to is raised, because they're leaving a building that has of a higher facility quality than where they are going. And that, I think, is, for me, when I do this work, is an issue that I'm very aware of. So those are my questions.
Great, thank you. Yes, I just wanted to make sure I was hearing, for follow-up, hearing what I thought I heard. Other questions or comments? No, I can't remember where I started and ended. Do you have any? Okay, I have just a couple of questions. Could you just explain a little bit about the number of projected potential students per development? Is it, I'm sure it's based on a combination of factors, but I'm checking my assumption here, based on cost of each unit, what type of housing it is, what are the factors that go into that?
The only, what we do is when we get the referral in from the jurisdiction, we have a ratio that we've used historically. Basically, there's a elementary elementary percentage, middle school, and a high school percentage. So if you take, say, a single-family detached home, I think it's 0.43 students for an elementary per dwelling unit of single-family detached, and then it's 0.26 for middle school and high school. So that adds up to 0.95. So we almost expect one student per single family detached. Now townhomes, that equals about 0.62. So you're looking total between elementary, middle, and high. And then apartments, we do not expect any kids from a 1-bedroom or studio. We never project that, although we know that's not always the case. And then 2 bedrooms, a little bit higher, maybe 0.24 or something. And then a 3-bedroom is maybe 0.36. So we just take in the number of units and then the dwelling type, and then we run the ratios based on that. And that's how we come up with projected for each level.
That's helpful. And so when you were talking before about sort of historically looking at, because these projections have been run over time, and I don't know if you can give me a pretty close approximation, within what range do those end up being accurate?
So we ran some, usually because of the Candelas area has been our, it's been, growing more than any other area of the district. We've run some analysis on that based on projected to actuals, and we're seeing about a 0.6, although single family, it's about 0.6 instead of 0.95. So we are getting less than the actual projected student per household in single family detached. And that's really across the board for all unit types. And that's based on housing prices, gentrification in some areas, families moving out of the area. It's just a lot of variables that are playing into that. But we are seeing less kids than our ratios, and we want to adjust those to make it more actual. We've talked to other districts around us to see, and they are projecting lower than we've been projecting. So,
okay, that's helpful to understand. And so my other question then is, it sounds like the system is that municipalities, they will tell you when there's something approved for development, and it sounds like there are challenges maybe among municipalities to sort of have that more open communication around helping to project what enrollment could look like. So can you talk just a little bit more about like what is that partnership? What is an ideal partnership with a municipality in terms of being able to kind of help us as a district to anticipate or one way or the other?
Well, most of the jurisdictions are really good. I mean, like Broomfield, they'll send us the conceptual reviews. So it's just kind of on paper. These are the possibilities, and then we'll respond based on the numbers they give us, and then it'll go to like a first submittal, a second submittal, and a lot of the jurisdictions do that. Jefferson County, I could name them all. It's just that it's just I think Wheat Ridge might do things a little bit different, and they do like quarterly meetings and stuff, and we may not always capture what they have planned, but I see it when I drive back and forth to home. I see the Clear Creek development where the new hospital's going and all that. So, I look on their website. I'll do do some research that way and see if there's anything I've missed here or there that might be, coming down, might be affecting our buildings. But
I appreciate that. It's helpful to know. And as I've mentioned a few times as we talk about this and the recommendation that's on being contemplated right now, that those partnerships are really important for us because all of the things that happen in our communities happen in our schools, and whether that's number of kids or specific challenges or assets that our communities have, they end up in our schools. And so I'm hopeful that as we move forward, those relationships with municipalities and city councils and whoever's making those decisions, that communication really gets to a place where we can be collaborative and forward thinking about how these impacts will sort of affect communities downstream. So that's the only question I have. Is there anything else for board members that would like to share or ask? Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much. We appreciate your responsiveness to some of these community questions that have come through. Okay, now, is everyone okay to move forward? Right? Okay, great. So we're going to I almost said the word pivot, and that's a dirty word. So we're going to now move on to another next agenda item around a student achievement update. And I appreciate our leadership team here being very flexible with our changing agenda. So this presentation will provide an overview of 21-22 CMAS, the Colorado Measures of Academic Success, PSAT and SAT Academic Achievement and Growth Scores, released by the Colorado Department of Education in August of 2022. We are joined again by Dr. Kim. Superintendent Dorland, is there anything you'd like to say before we turn over the floor?
Thank you to our board for asking for regular updates about our student achievement data. Much of what Kim is about to share with you, we've had very little time with, and so I also want to thank her team for turning this around so quickly so that we could provide this update to the board this evening. And I'm really excited about having an honest conversation about some of our challenges and also some of our successes. And so with that, Dr. Kim, I'll let you take it and share with the board some of our analysis.
Perfect. Thank you, Superintendent Dorland. Thank you, board members, for letting me dive into student data, which most of you know is definitely a happy place for me and a wheelhouse that I go to quite often to make meaning out of how our students are performing and what we need to do as an organization to improve outcomes for kids. I will start with a couple of foundational slides just to lay the groundwork on work that we did with our building leaders and district level leaders around what it means to build a data culture, because it isn't just looking at a set of numbers. So where I would go with that is, building a data culture, we talked about it earlier, and I think, Director Miller, you made the point of saying we've talked about using data over and over and over again. The question is, what are we doing with it, and what's it doing when we analyze and make decisions and build action plans? And the truth of the matter is, we can admire data all day long, but if we don't have a data culture where we really look through appropriate lenses in making decisions about outcomes for kids, we're missing the mark. And so as we look at data culture is collective behavior, and it's a commitment to how we're going to use data to drive decision making. So critical components, just to put out there on the table so that you understand the lens that I'm coming from, it is incredibly important that leadership owns and drives the use of data. It is important that we give people the opportunity to collaborate around the data that we have, breaking down those silos. And what I mean by breaking down the silos is we have data sources of information that together can give us very different outcomes, very different information than if we look at them uniquely as individual data sets. And so looking at breaking those silos and allowing people to collaborate on what we see in the whole big picture of data is what allows us to take it to a whole nother level. The data has to be trusted, easily accessible, and freely shared in our organization, and data literacy is considered a critical skill. So if we look through that lens, we have to also recognize that we're using it for decision making from the classroom to the boardroom, that we are really making sure that we think through what's our data telling us, and what does that mean we do, and then how are we going to know whether or not we're right. So it's not one test, it's not one data system, it's the collective beliefs and behaviors of everyone. And it's really using and relying on the data for really good decision making. So as I set that, also recognizing that we have to disaggregate our data. Many of you alluded to various achievement gaps that exist in our system and very different experiences depending on what level you're going to school, what demographics define what your life is. And we have to recognize that we have a responsibility to ask the question, are all students succeeding? And if they're not, what are we willing to do about that? So looking at maintaining awareness of assumptions, of bias, of learning from the context of your community, and really recognizing the limitations of what the data will give us. Not making overgeneralized assumptions is every bit as important as making assumptions. So I'm going to start with a trip down a little bit of a memory lane here. In 2019 was the last year before the pandemic that all students in grades 3 through 11 took all tests. In 2020, much of our student year was remote, and there were no state tests administered during that year. In 2021, our students took CMAS in every other grade level. So English language arts in 3rd, 5th, and 7th, math in 4th, 6th, and 8th. And all PSAT and SAT was taken. So in 2022, last year, all students took CMAS, English language arts, and math, grades 3 through 8, and PSAT and SAT for the first time since 2019. I say that, and it's important to point that out, because when we look at growth, we also have to recognize that we have half as many growth scores as we would typically have. So, in looking at that, we talked about the fact that we have truth and hope in what our data tells us. I will tell you that our participation rates ranged from 81% to 96%, depending on the grade level. And the most relevant takeaways to our CMAS data, in English language arts, 5 out of 10 students were meeting CMAS proficiency. 7 out of 10 met SAT guideline of college ready. That's in English language arts, or evidence-based reading and writing, as it's designated in SAT. In math, the picture looks quite different. In math, 5th graders, 4 out of 10 students met the benchmark, met proficiency. In 6th grade, that was our lowest level of performance, and that is 3 out of 10. In 7th grade, 3 out of 10. And in 8th grade, 4 out of 10. And at 11th grade, we had less than 5 out of 10 students could be designated as SAT college ready in math. Also noteworthy is that we had a 25-point gap for students in poverty, and our overall CMAS math growth scores were at the 31st percentile. So as we look at pandemic recovery, what I can say that is a bright spot in that, looking at last year's CMAS data, approximately 60% of the 2022 state tests have returned to 2019 proficiency levels. That's CMAS, SAT, and overall disaggregated groupings. That said, 2022 results below 2019 performance would still be 4th and 7th grade CMAS English language arts, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade math, PSAT 9th grade evidence-based reading and writing, and math, SAT 11 math. Our results for our students of color, English language learners, and free and reduced lunch eligible students still fall below their 2019 performance levels. So as we dug into that, as we went into our leadership launch, we also went through the process. I have to say thank you, a huge thank you to Dr. Carol Eaton's team, because her team sat with me multiple times and looked at this data and then helped me build out disaggregated data, charts and graphs for us to talk to our building leaders about. And then from there, handed them a packet of their own school's data with the same information disaggregated school for their specific school, so that they could go right into the conversations around what's this data telling us, what's the work we need to do, how do we align our thinking and our work around designing the right action steps and the right strategies in our school to address the needs of our students. And it was the first time that every single school got a custom packet of their data disaggregated at leadership launch to be able to jump right in and not have to spend their time building that. So a thank you to Dr. Eaton's team for putting that together. So as a statistician, I can't just look at the data and say, well, gee, here's how our 3rd graders did, here's how our 4th graders did, here's how our 5th graders did. And if I compare 3rd graders in 2019 and 3rd graders in 2022, I'm talking about 2 different groups of kids. So I went back into the data and tried to track them and looked at students who were 3rd graders in 2019 met the bench. 46% of our students met the English language arts proficiency and 46% in math. As 6th graders, 51% of them met the English language arts proficiency, but 30% in math. So you can see the impact there. 4th graders went from 55% meeting standard to 47% meeting standard in English language arts, and in math from 39% to 29%. And then our 5th graders in 2019 would have been 8th graders this last year, and that means they went from 54% of them meeting proficiency to 49% of them, and in math from 39% to 40%. Absolutely.
The cohort data that you're showing us, are you breaking it out by the same categoricals and the same group of kids taking it? Do you know what I mean? By
Ask me that a different way.
Okay. I had 5,000 children take the test in 2019. 10% was free and reduced. 50% was general ed.
And did not disaggregate it. I just went with cohort of students in 3rd grade were the same cohort of students in 6th grade. We adjusted it for mobility, but we didn't take student A and student A, student B and student B.
Okay.
We looked at the overall.
Okay, thank you.
Is that helpful?
Yep, that is. Thanks.
So now looking at CMAS, English Language Arts, in comparison to our state counterparts, and this is all of Colorado, a success in that is Jeffco's data does show that our students exceeded the state average. In math, same thing. In PSAT and SAT, Jeffco outscored the state of Colorado. In terms of growth, this is a bright spot. All but one of our growth metrics exceeded the 50th percentile. Now, one would argue that it needed to, given the data, but we did exceed the 50th percentile, which means that we grew more than a year's worth of learning in that year. Sorry, you're right. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to say,
Reel it back.
Do you have anything to say?
Thank you. Yeah, I'll reel that back. I apologize. I apologize. You are correct. The 50th percentile would be the average amount of growth. We exceeded more growth than we would have expected to, based on all of the kids that took the test in 4th grade, for example, the 50th percentile being the average amount that all students grew. Our students grew at the 56th percentile, so more than the average overall.
So translated, does that mean that when you're at the 50th percentile, the average percentile for growth, I assume that's a state, right, state metric, then that could change from year to year? Like it could, it's a moving number.
Yes, it absolutely
we don't know
is.
what it represents. In
Correct.
terms of how
We
much.
just know it is considered to be a healthy amount of growth to be at the 50th percentile or higher. You want that, because anything less than that, what you're looking at is, are students growing enough to keep meeting the state proficiency level? And that's the question.
I'm going to push back on that.
Okay, go ahead.
The way that the median growth percentile works, the growth percentile works in the state, is everybody takes a test in 3rd grade reading. You and I get the same score. The following year, you run faster than I do, but you may not have run as fast as everybody else, like ahead of you, but you're just at the 53 ahead. But that doesn't mean I moved myself up to proficiency. Stephanie just ran faster than I did, but that doesn't mean that she moved up in the level of proficiency, because we're still seeing a substantial number of people that are not proficient. Do you understand what I mean?
Right.
So we're not jumping.
I apologize. Then yes, I'm trying to say the same thing you are. I'm just not saying it in the right way. I apologize for that.
No, that's
Thank
okay.
you.
I just want to
Thank
make
you.
sure.
No,
that
no,
you
I
understand
am.
The median growth percentile is just how much people have grown, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you've grown enough
Correct.
to move to the next.
Sorry to have confused that.
No,
Thank
that's
you.
okay.
Thank you for that.
People out in the audience.
Thank you. No,
Understand what that means.
that's what I meant to say, and I apologize that I confused you.
No, that's all right.
Okay.
That's okay.
Okay. So in looking at MAP, and you pointed out MAP earlier this evening, MAP is an assessment that our students take beginning of the year, mid-year, and end of year. And if you look, we looked at fall to spring MAP in reading and in math. In 2020 and 2021, the 2020-2021 school year, and then the 2021-2022 school year, and really looking at our median growth percentile from that, trying to look at how our students did compared to pre-pandemic levels. And you can see 3rd and 4th grade literacy achievement in spring of 2022 was close to pre-pandemic performance. However, grades 6 through 8 are not showing the same achievement resiliency. So, as we talked about earlier this evening, why did we ask our schools, and why is Jeffco Thrive focused in on elementary literacy? We talked a lot about that, but at the bottom two bullet points there, less than half of Jeffco students met or exceeded the 2022 CMAS grade 3 reading expectations, and we had 1,350 students in third grade on read plans. The question you asked earlier, Director Parker.
Sorry, Dr. Kim, can you contextualize that for us a bit? So is that a certain percent increase from what it has been? Is that about what it...
I can't tell you exactly how many third graders off the top of my head we had, but most grade levels have about 5,000 students in it, 4,500 to 5,000 students if you look at the way that our grade levels break out in our district. So if you look at 1,350 students, you can kind of guess that's about a quarter of them.
Thank you.
So then we took the data, Dr. Eaton and I took the data and disaggregated it by demographic groups so that we could contextualize how did our students do. And so in looking at read plans and what students were on read plans in third grade, overall, there's your answer right there at the top, 25%. But as you look at free and reduced lunch eligible students, 46% of free and reduced eligible students qualify for read plans versus 18% from those students who are not qualified for free and reduced lunch. As you look at ethnicity, you can see our students of color percentage. You can see our gender breakdown in terms of male and female. It's pretty consistent there. As you look at our instructional groups, our students who are served by an IEP, you can see the district gap there, 72% versus 17%. Gifted and talented, 3% of our students qualify for a read plan versus 28% of those students who are not GT. And then English language learner, 57% versus 23%. If we look at third grade CMAS, you can see the percentage of students who are proficient as free and reduced lunch students is at 23% versus 57% for those students who do not qualify for free and reduced lunch. You can see the students of color demographic, 33% versus 55%, and our gender breakdown again is pretty close. If you look at our students served by an IEP, 11% of our students served by an IEP score proficient versus 53%. If they're not served by an IEP, gifted and talented, 90% of our students are proficient versus 43% who are not GT. And then our English language learners, 12% versus 50%. So why the focus on secondary math? We looked at the same thing. Algebra 1 is a gatekeeper course for graduation. We recognize that Jeffco graduation requires earning 3 higher level math credits. We also recognize 12%. Now, here's a demographic I want to stop for just a second and say. 12% of Jeffco students failed 8th grade math last year. But 4 out of 10 Jeffco students met or exceeded the CMAS math expectations. So 88% of our kids, okay, here's my transition. 88% of students passed math, but only 40% could meet the state standard benchmark at 8th grade based on CMAS. They did not reach proficiency. So here, 4 out of 10 met or exceeded the CMAS 8th grade math expectations. That means 6 out of 10 did not. However, 88% of our kids passed 8th grade math. So that's where we were asking the question, are we using robust quality curricular materials? Are we aligned to the standards? Are we rigorous enough? Those are all questions that we would logically ask based on the fact that those two statistics don't add up.
Sorry, Director Miller, do you mind just turning your microphone on? Thanks.
So 88% passed the course.
Correct.
The teacher gave them a passing grade.
They passed 8th grade math.
But they did not meet the state a certain percentage did not meet the state standard. So there was a disconnect in what we are providing for our teachers and then therefore for our students to be able to master.
Correct.
Thank you. Is that
which goes to Director Reed's point from earlier, though I won't steal your thunder. Go ahead.
Exactly my concern. We are passing kids who don't have proficiency.
So as we look at that and we break down our demographic information on CMAS, you will see that in terms of demographic groups, math course failures, just as I showed, 28% of our students who qualify for free and reduced lunch failed 8th grade math. 11% who are not qualified for free and reduced lunch failed 8th grade math. You have a question? No. Okay. Students who are served by an IEP, 28% of those students did not pass 8th grade math versus 13% of those students who are not served by an IEP. 5% of our gifted and talented students versus 17%, and 30% of our English language learners versus 15% who are not ELL. When we look at our CMAS data, you can also see that 28% of our students who are, hang on, that doesn't make sense to me. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, okay, there we go. 28% served by an IEP. The label at the top is not right, I apologize. The 28% of students who are served by an IEP did not pass 8th grade math. 13% of students who are not on an IEP did not pass 8th grade math. Does that make sense? Okay.
I think that slide and the one before.
Yeah, the label at the top I just realized is wrong.
Clarifying.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then the concern English language learners, if you'll notice, 30% of our English language learners did not pass 8th grade math versus 15% of students who are not English language learners. So as we look at now, this is right. CMAS math 8th grade percent met and exceeded. 40% of our students met or exceeded the 8th grade math CMAS. If you look at our students who are served by an IEP, only 6% of those students were proficient. If you look at our gifted and talented, 83% of those students were proficient. And if you look at our English language learners, only 2% of those students were proficient. Director Reed?
So this is where I'm at, where I asked earlier. Are we, when we're doing the MTSS, are we looking at things that have specifically worked for these groups? Not just, like you were talking about, let's look at what concept the kids are not getting. I want to know what concept our ELL kids are not getting, specifically them. And are there strategies that data suggests is particularly effective with them? And are we using that? And what specific things do we know work with kids on IEPs?
Where I would suggest that we look and have the conversation, when only 2% of our English language learners are meeting math standard, it's not the specific ELL student, it's how are we teaching our ELL students, and what opportunities are we giving them to access on grade level instruction and curricular materials? Because this would indicate to me that a large majority of them are not able to access the content, and that's on us. That's on us.
And I will add that as we've processed this data, and we begin to think about next year and year 2 of Jeffco Thrives. Dr. Kim and I both have a strong interest in identifying specific district-wide strategies for these groups of students who really need us to take a look at systemic approaches to how we're serving.
When we met in our leadership launch, the conversation that we had, and again, it comes down to truth and hope. And what I said, and I stand by it, is if we've got only 2% of a particular demographic of students who are able to meet standard, we really have to ask ourselves, what's the delivery model for those students, and how do we do that differently? Because the data's screaming at us that we should be, in my opinion. So finally, why focus on post-secondary workforce readiness? Well, as we look, and the obvious statement up there, graduation matters. It matters to quality of life. It matters to students in terms of their opportunity. High school graduates earn more than non-graduates. There are negative health impacts for high school dropouts. We know that 14% of Jeffco students do not graduate in 4 years with their graduation cohort, and 7% do not graduate or complete a GED in 7 years. So 49% of Jeffco students met or exceeded the SAT grade 11 Colorado graduation requirements last year. And as we look at that, there is still yet a discrepancy when we look at breaking it down and disaggregating the data to say only 70% of our free and reduced lunch students are graduating on time in 4 years versus 94% of our students who are not qualified for free and reduced lunch. As we look at students of color, you can see the 80% versus 89. As we look at gender, you can see a difference in our gender breakdown. 82% of our male students are graduating on time in 4 years, and 90% of our female students are. As we look at students served by an IEP, 71% of our students who are served by an IEP are graduating on time in 4 years versus 87% of those students who are not on an IEP. And then again, English language learners, 67% of our students are graduating on time in 4 years versus 87% of their cohort, of their counterparts, So as we look at all of that, I also broke down SAT information, evidence-based reading and writing, and you can see that same demographic information in a different format. Here's math. SAT. And so as we looked at all of that information, that's what drove us to focus in on third grade reading, fifth and eighth grade math, students earning credits at ninth grade, graduation, post-secondary workforce readiness, and taking the data. And it really tells us we need to build a data culture where folks are using it on a regular basis to drive decision making, to drive instruction, to really look at what students need. Are they getting it? Are they not? The data, this very small snapshot of data is very compelling as to why we definitely need a data culture, and we need to really give people the tools they need so that they can ask those in-depth questions and figure out what do we need to do to help more students thrive and reach those benchmarks in terms of CMAS proficiency, in terms of SAT, in terms of earning credits, and in terms of graduation on time. I'll stop there so folks can ask questions or make comments.
Thanks, Dr. Kim. All right, board. It's a lot of information, and I do appreciate this ethic around being able to bring to light and bring out in the open data that we just desperately need in order to make really good decisions for kids. And I guess the good news is there's a lot of room for opportunity within the data. So questions and comments? Is there anyone that would like to start? Okie dokie. Oh, okay. Director Miller?
So thank you. Thank you. Because this is information that we needed for a long time. I mean, I think, Director Reed, you've seen it coming through the school doors at the high school, and the high school has to run that last 100 yards as fast as they possibly can. And I think this helps us tremendously with the sense of urgency that we have to start the building blocks in kindergarten so that by the time, they're in third grade, they're reading. And I understand the conversation we had earlier this evening on the UIP that we can't wait, but, we're reading, the read plans have been in place since 2012, right? There's work that we have been doing, and it has not come to light the way this has for us this evening, so that I think people can sit back and look and say, oh, wow, we aren't giving rigorous enough challenging work for our kids. And we've seen that in the telesurveys as well. Like, the children have come back and said, we're not being challenged. We're not being fed, and we need to be fed. And I think this is showing us the work that needs to be done. I do want to raise the one point. We should be doing better than the state. Just by the data that you guys have shown here, it's not good enough to just be a little bit better than the state. We should really be working to be better than the state in light of the wonderful kids that we've got, and we don't really have all the challenges that the other state communities have. So I just want to put that out there. How do we go to that world standard, and where do we need to be? And I understand Boulder Valley, and I understand Jeffco, but I think we need to have higher aspirations for our children, and being able to compare like the SAT scores. against as well as ASVAB would be helpful, because we know ASVAB is a critical path for some of our children too, and what the standards are. So if I was to go to University of Colorado Boulder, what would that SAT score need to be? If I was going to go to CSU, what would that SAT score need to be, so that our children have an understanding of what they're aiming for and parents have an understanding as well, and then ASVAB as well. And I have more questions, but I'll let others talk. But thank you very much. I
Absolutely. And can I make one more comment? Basically, I guess I would be remiss if I didn't say two things that really weigh on me. You know, defining reality is hard. It's hard because our kids have experienced 2.5 years of very different instruction than any other generation has ever experienced. And that has impacted their learning. And we have to just recognize that. I also will call out, you know, as a educator and a leader of the last 35 years, no one ever got to excellence by being beat up with data. So that's not my intent at all. My intent is to define reality so that when we do make the trajectory move that we're going to make, we come back to you and say, look at how our kids are doing. We are doing amazing work, and we will. We absolutely will. We have great educators. We give them the right tools. We give them the right supports. We put the right structures around them and the right systems in place, and that trajectory changes. And so I just want to recognize that while it's hard to look at this data, we also recognize all of the dynamics that went into that. It doesn't excuse anything. It just defines reality. And it also helps us to say, here's where we're starting. As we're going into Jeffco Thrives 2025, here's where we're starting. Nothing about this is meant to beat people up. It is meant to define reality so that when we celebrate, we know what we're celebrating from.
I actually have a question, and we can go around. I'm like breaking tradition right now. So one of the things that occurred to me as we keep talking about the alignment between all these pieces is under going way back to 3:00 this afternoon when we were talking about the culture of instructional excellence. What I don't think I saw in there, though I could be wrong, is a sort of an emphasis on that strategy around the different groups that we see such disparities in. So I saw a lot of strategies that seem to be kind of student wide, right? And it's all students. But if we're thinking about some of the specificity around for this group of students, there may be a different strategy or different supports or different, and it goes in part too to, how effective are all of these pieces in supporting students that are title eligible. So are we effectively utilizing those title funds in ways that are addressing this data as well? So I think what I'm looking for is something that calls out that is opportunity gap is real and it's significant, particularly in some of those slides, and that as a part of our strategic plan may need to be its own thing so that you name it and then you track it or whatever, I don't know, whatever the saying, gets monitored, gets done. That's more than, yeah. So I just feel like there's a need, given our opportunity gaps, to have that called out specifically, and I didn't see it in there. Thoughts?
I think part of it is starting with the data culture. It's hard to follow and monitor all of that if you don't have the data to have the conversation. So yes, you are absolutely right. I also think that at the level that we are in terms of defining the Jeffco Thrives plan, we do have to go to those action steps and absolutely looking at opportunity gaps, looking at achievement gaps, closing those gaps have to be one of the priorities. It has to be part of the work. We really have to look at where are we not giving students the opportunity to equally excel? And that's where we've got to call out those opportunity gaps and figure out what do we do for every student population. Like Superintendent Dorland, I almost did it too now, I keep doing that. Like Superintendent Dorland talked about earlier, as we look at ELL and we look at the foundationally, our data is telling us we need to do something fundamentally different. So what does that look like? And making sure that we call that out. We also recognize that we run the risk of building a 593-page strategic plan. And so there are many different plans and iterations in each different department and each different school having their components that align back to those big action steps, those big goals, those big priorities. But yes, absolutely calling out where we are not doing the absolute, work to eliminate achievement gaps and eliminate opportunity gaps, we have to do that work without question. You are right.
You're like, I don't want to.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Agree with everything that Dr. Kim just said. I would also say that, a strategic plan can be a list of activities. And I don't think that's what we have. I think we actually have a strategic plan that is built on a theory of action. And the theory of action that I think we've outlined in Jeffco Thrives is this notion of the just right balance between system of coherence and school-based autonomy. And we, for a very, very long time in Jeffco, have not had essential systems of coherence. And we have also not had the conversation that Dr. Kim just had with you about where some of our challenges lie. And one of the things I believe about data is that it is definitely not a tool to hit people over the head with, that it is a tool that if we present it and talk about it in open, transparent ways, often the answers to what we need to do next come at us instead of us trying to make them up. And so, there's, it's sort of this like first things first issue right now for us. And I know we have this sense of urgency, especially when you see, for example, the English learner data, right? And we've talked about moving at the speed of trust with our community. I also think we have to just move at the speed of like what everybody can do realistically. So right now we had 22 or 23 elementary schools implementing a core resource last year. We have the rest of them, 60 some, implementing it this year. We have intentionally chosen a resource that has not just a translated version into Spanish, but a core resource that actually has a Spanish language version, which is a support for our English learners. We have a new chief academic officer who is taking a look at our English language services and whether or not the tutoring model that we have is working or not. She needs some time to get in there and understand that. We do have data reports that look like these ones that we gave to our principals in August. So they see this data for their school and they're having those conversations in their building. So we are starting. But we are spread too thin on our resources. And so in order to really authentically say to our board, we're going to go ahead and take this on robustly and do it right, we have to level set some of our resource allocation first. And one of the theories of action around one of the major initiatives, which is Regional Opportunities for Thriving Schools, is that if we consolidate schools to a level where elementary enrollments are better, then we can more robustly resource schools. And it will help with so many things. I mean, right now we're looking for part-time ELL teachers between two buildings. And it's really hard. Teachers don't want to teach in two buildings. They want to teach in one building. So the highest quality, candidates apply to the 1.0 positions. I mean, this is just like a low-hanging issue that if we don't talk about that, if all we do is talk about fix it, but we don't talk about the barriers that are in our way as a system to making sure we can allocate the resources to what we know the data is telling us, that's the work we have to do right now. And, Dr. Aquino said when he presented in November his findings that show me a district's budget and I'll tell you their values. And we're trying really hard to get ourselves to a place where our resource allocation can reflect our values. And in some ways, we just aren't there yet because we really need to consolidate schools. We need to fix our start and end times so they're healthy and equitable for instructional minutes. We need to get core resources in place so teachers have what they need to teach students with high quality materials. And then I think as we engage in this kind of work, we can begin to talk about, so now that we have these foundational pieces in place and our resources are better allocated and aligned with what we know our data is saying, what is the strategy for English learners? What is the strategy for our special education students? We have many staff in the special education arena that we can't staff right now. If we move forward with the regional opportunities recommendation, that's going to get a little bit easier in 23, 24. So I guess I'm trying to paint a picture of how all of these things are so tightly connected as a system. And our teachers deserve for us to take advantage and take care of the issues with the system so that we can align our resources to what they need in the classrooms every day and what our principals need in their buildings every day. And I just think I want to acknowledge that that's where we are at this point in time. And that's also why I keep saying I'm so grateful that you asked me to engage in some of those foundational and, major initiatives around start times and around regional opportunities, because without doing that, we're not really being honest about some of the hurdles that are in our way to taking care of the data.
Yep, Director Reed.
I think we also need to talk about the fact that if Colorado in general is doing this poorly, then Colorado is not doing right by its students as a state. And so I think that is something that needs to constantly be brought to the forefront. That one of the reasons that we're spread too thin is because we have more schools than we can support or that we need, and we are working on that. And, here are the issues that we have that we know are in our control, and we're going to do what we can do. But Colorado does not adequately resource its schools. It just doesn't. And so I think that has to be at least part of the conversation. And we can't fix that. I get that. We're going to do the best we can with what we have. But I do think that we need to constantly be bringing that to the attention of our legislators and our voters. The other thing is, and I know part of it feels like we're just piling everything, right? Like there's so much that needs to be done. And I realize it's going to take 3 years to even begin to sort of sort out what all of it is. But we do have a new position of a person who is working with families in community partnership. And so when we look at certain things like free and reduced lunch students, and this is true anywhere you go, that students in poverty do not do as well as students who are not in poverty. And that's not just because schools don't want to teach students in poverty. It's because students in poverty don't have what they need. So my hope is, too, that in Jefferson County, we can try to do more with community partnerships to shore up some of the kids that we have that are in need. Do we have groups that can help? Do we have groups of people who are bilingual who can help our ELL students? Like I know we have programs where kids get to read to senior citizens that, retired folks that come in and just read with them. And just that reading has made a huge difference. I know that kids who are literate in their first language have a better chance of becoming literate in another language. And so, can we pair them up with folks who are bilingual or even exclusively Spanish speakers, but that the kids can read to in Spanish to build that up? So, I'm hoping that we are going to be drawing on as many community resources as we can to help with the things that we ourselves alone cannot do. And like I said, I just want to make sure that we are always making sure people understand Colorado as a state is not doing right by its students.
Are there other questions, comments at this point? I mean, I am assuming this will be an ongoing conversation around data, particularly as we move forward with the strategic plan and kind of see the alignment, do our board goals. And then
I think in June, I made the commitment to you all that I would work on having data in increments each month for you so that we begin to build that data culture and talk about achievement, talk about attendance, talk about all the things that matter that tell us our students are doing well or they are thriving. And so I will continue to build that so that you have the data that you need.
Wonderful. Director Parker?
Thank you so much for all this information. And I think this combined with the DAC presentation is really, really helpful for us. I had a question. I recently read an article, I think it was in Chalkbeat, about a few districts in Colorado that are doing universal testing for dyslexia of their students. What is our policy on that? Because I speak from experience with a child that didn't get identified until way past when she should have.
I would love to bring that back to Renee Nicothodis, because I do know we have programs available that both Renee and Matt Polero work hand in hand and work collaboratively on to make sure we provide those supports, but I don't want to speak out of turn and say it happens here and not here. And so let me get that for you so that I don't accidentally say something that is inaccurate. So I will follow up with information on that.
Great. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, Director Miller.
I just had a couple follow-up questions, and once again, it could come back at a later time. One, it would be helpful to understand how many students we do have by grade in MTSS 2 level and MTSS 3 level. And then the interventions that are being used and understanding how those interventions are working, because those would be immediate that we would be seeing, are we doing the tutoring, and is that working for us? Are we having individual acceleration for the, MTSS level 3, tier 3? So that would help us as we're starting to have that conversation this year, where we are seeing strides being made, so that as Superintendent, I was going to call you Dr. again, Superintendent Dorlitz said, we can start to really be thinking about how we do empower teachers with the resources that they need to be helping the different tiers of need, so that we can start to move them out of those different tiers. But that would be helpful from my perspective.
We'll definitely look at that. I would share that the conversations from the get-go on high dosage tutoring has involved our research and data analyst team to make sure that we're not only providing high dosage tutoring aligned to research, but we're tracking everything, including using our Infinite Campus system to make sure that we know who gets how many days, how many minutes, and tracking that so that we can be really specific about what's working for us. So we will have that information. We are intending to set it up that way from the beginning.
Great. I think I can safely say thank you, Dr. Kim. I think. We appreciate it and look forward to ongoing conversations. This is just a valuable starting place for us to be able to work from. So thank you. Yes, of course. Our last agenda item I introduced before, so hit the rewind button and listen to that wonderful intro I did about board policy goals. Though I'll do a little recap. So we are going to be discussing revisions, the first sort of public reading for proposed revisions to 4 buckets of policies, of board policies. There's the governance process, executive limitations, and board superintendent relationship. This board has also drafted a proposed ends, 3 ends policies and a governing statement that we will be studying this evening and fine-tuning. And this will come back on September 15th at our regular board meeting for a vote. We had the opportunity to work on these both over the summer and at our board retreat on August 19th and 20th. And appreciate the help of our legal counsel, Julie Tollison, to guide us through the process, in addition to representative from CASB. So with that, I believe, Superintendent Doyle, do you have anything to add? Okie dokie. Then I'm gonna. Yes, it's a big lift, and a big thanks to the board for really taking this meaningful work very seriously and thinking critically about how, as a policy governance board, these policies really determine a lot of the direction that the district goes in. So language matters. So Ms. Wilson, I'll turn it over to you, I think. Yeah, I think your mic's not on.
There we go. There's my green light.
There's no voting today. So
no voting today.
Can I cue this up though for the board, just so you are aware? This is scheduled based on our agenda prep with President Schooley. This is scheduled for approval next week, if the board decides that that's appropriate. But I just wanted you to know that. And it's kind of related to our previous conversation around waiting for your ends. to sort of finalize our goals for Jeffco Thrives and be able to bring that back to you as well. So, and your monitoring schedule and all of that.
So, and it really pleases me to help you all with this work because I'm wearing a very different hat, right? I mean, this is not a lawyer task. It's very much a place where you all decide this is how we want to do the work, right? Your governance process policies or how you all do your work collectively, your executive limitations and board staff linkage policies describe how are we guiding the superintendent, what guardrails are we placing around how we want the district to operate. What I don't want to do, unless you all decide differently, is to walk back again, right? I can see Madam President's eyeballs. Each of those. So my hope is one of two things, that you've either had a chance to sort of refresh your memory on where we left each in particular of the executive limitations, governance, and board staff linkage policies, and let me know. I'm sort of here as a scrivener, right? Do you have some additional edits, concerns, considerations? Because when it is on your agenda next week, we can talk about whether you think that can just be on the consent agenda, whether you're going to want an opportunity to discuss. Yes, as the board president just described, we had the work sessions with Matt Cook from CASB, who was terrific, a real student of sort of the policy governance system that you all have committed to, and I think boards before you as the model we use here in Jeffco. And as we went through those policies, we did a couple of different things. First of all, we've got some new board ends, and that's really the meat of what we're doing today. And we've got those on some slides that we're about to walk through. Lisa Relu graciously wordsmithed a little bit with the concepts that you all had developed. Our executive limitations policies were sufficiently outdated and kind of peculiarly aligned, probably some historical quirks of how they were developed. The recommendation that we've discussed with you thus far at your retreat was to essentially retire all of your existing ones. We have a new body of those proposed that are sitting in board docs, and renaming the board staff linkage policies. And again, this is very similar to the CASB model. Call it board superintendent relationship. That goes back to that philosophical commitment, right? The superintendent's your lone employee, and how you define your role with regard to running the district is very much about how you work with her. Pausing for just a moment, does anyone have an issue that you've flagged for discussion, concern, edit in the executive limitations governance process or board staff linkage policies? Okay. And obviously we're not voting tonight, so you're not wedded to that commitment, but one of the things we want to maybe know is, do you want this for discussion and action next week, or do we just take those and put them on consent?
One thing I just would like to add about the three buckets of board policies that you have mentioned. Part of the intention of this process was to update board policies that some of them hadn't been touched in several years. Some of them had been sort of Frankenstein monstered together based on context that I don't think we, as the current board, really understood why, or some people may have had some why understanding. But the other part of it is really to move into a space where, as a policy governance board, we're building on best practices. And whether or not our existing board policies reflect best practice or not, this direction for the proposed changes and sort of suite of board policies sort of provides some consistency in that space that I think will really be helpful for us as a board in terms of how we align those policies to the strategic plan, to our board ends, et cetera, that I think will be very helpful for us in future boards moving forward.
And the other reminder I'd add for our work this month is not the end of this conversation. I mean, one of the things that this model anticipates, and that your new policies will say, we're going to have a cycle which we're going to visit. How are we doing what we're doing, and do we want to make adjustments? So it won't be another 6 or 7 years before you're talking about, hey, why does our governance process work that way, or whatever it may be. So as you all developed ends, and if you look at the old ones, right, they've got this same model. We've got a governing statement, an overarching principle, and then we've got some real specific ends designed to really drive the work, because certainly the ends of any school board is achievement, growth, equity, all those broad principles, but you all have tried to drill those down into actionable directions that align with the strategic plan. So where we are right now on the governing statement as proposed is what's on the slide in front of you. Jeffco students need and deserve robust academic, enrichment, and social emotional programming that challenges them to grow, that prepares them for college, for careers, and for community life. Within available resources, the board prioritizes thriving educational experiences for students as its primary focus, and that the commitment will be achieved through system-wide accountability to make budget and policy decisions that are aligned with the ends. Very much, you can see this alignment continuing to happen in every conversation you've had tonight. So if you all have discussion, comments, something that we want to tweak on your governing statement, we can talk through that now. You can certainly give some feedback over the course of next week, but ideally that'll be a part of a discussion you'll have with each other.
So board members, any suggestions? And as a reminder, we sort of went through and workshopped these at the end of August, but this is our first public reading of the board ends and some of the revised policy. So is there anything for this specific piece, the governing statement, that anyone would like to change, adapt? Okay, we can move forward.
All right.
Oh, sorry, Superintendent. Oh.
And we have 3 ends. Number 1, provide the educational experience students need and deserve today. The second one is that we act with integrity to make an impact, focus on solutions, respect partnerships, and be accountable for successful outcomes. And end 3, cultivating an environment of safety, belonging, respect, inclusivity, and encouragement. So that's where we landed at the end of the retreat. Questions, concerns, wordsmithing? Because these are designed to be your words and not anyone else's, even though we've all tried to help.
So board, and if you go down further in the slides, you'll see the bullet points that sort of tease out some of the specificity for each of these ends. Anything that, as we talked about at the end of August, that is still not landing quite right for you, or doesn't seem to express what the intention of the end is suggesting, or you just don't like a certain word? I don't know. All right.
Right.
Okay.
Through our second end. Similarly, breakout bullets that should align to it and reflect exactly how we're going to manifest compliance with that ends. I'm just going to keep moving unless somebody.
Yeah. The only thing I would just say, now I'm just doing like a comedy routine with space filler, but is that I think is important about these ends, and that Director Reed really led the way on, is that they're all tied to the board values that we created together. So you'll see those sort of woven through the ends. So again, to reiterate more, but that the alignment exists even through the ends.
Yes. All right. One thing I did want to, wait, let's get the N3 before I do that. I don't want to move too quickly. Going once, going twice. I know you all are diligent to prepare, so I don't want to hold you up too much. There is one place where you will see in the proposed executive limitations where we're proposing leaving essentially a blank. We have an executive limitation that's about budgeting that is really driven by this idea of what's our minimum threshold for our general fund balance. Our CFO has proposed, and I think it's very consistent with your values around engagement, is why don't we involve the Financial Oversight Committee in analyzing and setting that threshold, rather than just relying on some generalized guidance or what other districts are doing or just the CASB model. Let's have a conversation. So I don't think there's any reason you can't go ahead and adopt that executive limitation. It's got just a lot of valuable details in it about how you're telling your staff to handle the budgeting process. It just won't have that threshold set, and that would certainly be done by next budget year anyway.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask, what the proposed timeline for that would be.
I think given that she wants to check in not only with the Financial Oversight Committee, but also the DAC Budget Subcommittee, it might not be ready for October, but I think by the time we hit budget season, we could try to get some more detail to you for consideration in terms of where you want to set that.
So questions or concerns with that is the recommendation for that EL 15. Get thumbs up. We can move forward with that one as is. Yeah, we've got two. Two and a head nod. It counts.
See thumbs all around.
Okay.
Well, that's all that I have for you. So you can put me at the end of the agenda anytime. And
We have passed the test.
but really, obviously, this isn't a vote. You think of something, reach out, or we'll get it on the list. And the one thing that would be helpful, and maybe you can let the president know, and she can tell us, is whether we can just place these on consent or whether you've got something you want to talk about next week. That agenda should go live on Friday.
Great. Director Parker, and then we'll go to Director Miller.
First of all, I want to thank you so much for your help and your presentation, and thank President Schooley and Director Reed for all the work that you did in preparing this. I had no idea how many policies we had. And I think I even kind of volunteered to do it myself, and I'm really glad that I wasn't chosen. But something that would help me is to have the clean version, the ones that have the red lines on it still. I appreciate being able to see what it used to look like and now, but before I vote next week, I'd like to see the finished, cleaned version.
Great suggestion. And so what we'll do is on board docs, we'll have both the red line, because people always want to know, what are you changing? And we'll have that clean version.
Thank you. Director Miller?
I just had a real quick question. If we find something, I know you guys were very thorough, and we really appreciate it. As Director Parker said, thank you to both of you. If we do find language or something that we want to tweak, do we just send it to you two and to you, Julie, and then you can look at it and send it to the crowd?
Yes, I think that would work great. And if any adjustment at that time has folks say, I don't want it on consent because I want to talk about that, that's fine.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Any other questions? Ways that we can waylay Ms. Tullison, because she got off way too easy being at the end of the agenda. Yeah, we have to delay somehow. Okay, thank you very much for your partnership on this. Okay, any other? Any other comments from you? Nope. All right, so that brings us to the end of today's agenda, and we are adjourned. As a reminder, next meeting is the regular board meeting scheduled for September 15th at 5 p.m. here in this room. Thank you all very much for your work.